Top of the morning, traders, and happy Tuesday, January 13th, and welcome to the most value-packed live trading show, where we live trade, break down charts, cover high-impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hopefully, everyone had a great day yesterday, is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. Today, we got the CPI data in the pre-market. We had an initial reaction to the upside, and now we're starting to pull back slightly, so things should be very interesting. So off the open, the protocol is let the market digest the data. Keep in mind what happened yesterday stays in yesterday. What happens today stays in today. Be present, look to take advantage of the best opportunity, and happy trading to everyone on YouTube. And let's look for our trades, okay? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Pre-market lows all the way down here. Pre-market lows all the way down there. Market is officially open. Let the games begin. So we have that. So we actually didn't get a gap up. No gap up or gap down. So we pumped all the way to 697 and gave all that back. Wow. Okay. So at least we have a 697 level we can utilize. All right. 697 level we can utilize. Okay. Close that out. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. We're going to do the giveaway at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock giveaway for a boot camp. If you did win the boot camp yesterday, make sure to send me that message. I still haven't gotten a message. I know who did win. So again, make sure to send me a message for the boot camp to claim the prize. If you're a first-time viewer, put in the chat where you're joining us from. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. Join us in our pre-market prep stream every single day at 9:30. That's available at 9 a.m. That's available exclusively in our Discord, along with all the resources you need to get you started for the day. Okay, officially open. We're going to test that VWAP right out the gate. We're not seeing a lot of movement across the board. Everything's within that PMH and PML. Right, PMH and PML kind of threw a wrench into the equation, gave us that wide range. But one thing we do know is if we're above 696.09, daily upside breaker, new intraday all-time highs will be unlocked. So first things first, this is the 5-minute orb army's time to shine, right? Time to shine for the 5-minute orb army. We're currently testing that weekly upside breaker here, 695.30. Daily open 695.51, so no TOG. That was a significant move, right? So that's how you know, guys. It's very difficult to buy into whatever takes place in the pre-market, regardless of the data, right? One thing can happen off the open, another thing takes place. Okay, another thing takes place. So let the market digest the data. We have new home sales coming up at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock a.m. 10 o'clock a.m. Okay, new home sales data. Yep, 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern. 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern. So my puts is only $4 now. Unless we just drop before I have to go to work at 10. So just have to make sure I don't force trade due to time constraint. Good. And trust me, the fact that you do have to go to work, right, is actually helping you not take too many trades. Good morning, Thesis. Good morning, everyone on the team. Good morning, Strikers. So we do have a small gap if you use that close and that open. 695.16, 695.49. Thank you for the update, Elian. Okay. So as far as game plan is concerned, this is where we are. This is where we're opening up. Okay, this is where we're opening up. All right, let's drop down to the 15 here. Okay, this is where we're opening up. This is where we're opening up. So we're in the rejection zone. All right, notice how we didn't flip. Just because of CPI, we didn't flip the zone to a bounce zone. Right? UPO applies. It doesn't matter what the catalyst is. Unless proven otherwise, it has to remain what it is. All right, it has to remain what it is. So we do have that bounce level all the way down here. Right, that could be a nice little grab area. If they do want to grab it. Okay. Between 694.07, 693.71. That could be potentially awaiting us. Buyers can be potentially piled in. If we do sell off and then we pump back the upside, so that'll be waiting for us there. An opportunity. So we just have to assess the opportunity if we do get down there. So we know there's a potential opportunity down there at some point in time that we can capitalize off of, right? So one opportunity is potentially awaiting us there. So now the next opportunity, okay? First things first, of course, the 5-minute orb is about a minute away. So let's just pan over to the 5-minute and set the orb levels. Set the orb levels. Good morning, everyone on YouTube. Make sure to like the video. Let's get the subscriptions up. All right, if you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. So we do have more data coming in tomorrow, right? PPI tomorrow. So orb is set. Orb is set. That orb high is 695.91. Orb low 695.31. It's going to be set in about 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Now question is, do we get continuation? Do we get a trap? We're above VWAP 695.80. Preferably a close above it would be the confirmation entry. On the 5. Okay, they probably want to manipulate a little bit until 10 o'clock and then finally make that move. But who knows? All right. They make the rules. They make the rules. VIX is starting to catch a bit off that 15. That's one thing to note. One thing to note. Again, guys, make sure to like the video on YouTube. One thing to note. Who's looking to capitalize off the orb? The Qs are starting to pump here. Qs are starting to pump here. Qs are starting to work their way to the upside. Okay, Qs. The Dow is headed to the downside. IW headed to the downside as well. Qs are above their 5-minute orb. See if they can hold. SPY is trying to get that hold above 695.91. Has room to 696.09. Has room to 696.09. Let's see if you get that hold above that level. Let that thing chop, chop, chop. Daily open 695.51. See if you get that level. Get that hold. 695.91. That's the only thing at the current moment. Keep in mind, as we're looking for that, the Dow is pushing to the downside. IW is pushing to the downside. And the Qs are the only ones pushing to the upside. So let's see if the Qs and SPY can move despite the fact that the Dow is pulling to the downside. Let's see if we get that hold above 695.91. You can use very light risk, maybe close back below POC. Maybe the whole thing, that's about 60 cents. But you're going to have that TP at about 1 to 160 for 60. All right, that's up to you. If you do trade the orb. If you don't, all right, this does not apply to you. So you can say candle low, back to these highs. Get that close. We do have that daily upside breaker, 696.09. If we break above that, if we break above 696.09, that means we have those all-time highs. All-time highs for 3 consecutive days. 3-peat on SPY. Okay, 3-peat on SPY. No close. You can see they kind of just trapped it up there. Nice little trap. Nice little trap there. Move this here. Move this somewhere else. Okay. Nice little trap there. So you can see on the 5, no close. The other side of the orb is 695.31. We're headed back towards that daily open. VIX continues to push. We flipped that daily candle once again. The Dow continues to sell off. The Dow's below PML. Dow's below PML. Dow's below PML. So the Dow, in relation to its own levels, is selling off the most. Right out the gate, the only sectors that are green: XLP, XLE, XLI, SMH, red, XLV, XLF. Okay, so the Dow's getting dragged by the financials and healthcare. Financials and healthcare. So see if this 5-minute candle goes 3 down. But you can see no decisiveness here. No decisiveness. A lot of back and forth. Can you scalp something here if you're a sniper? Is there any high probability setups here? Not really. Right. There are setups everywhere, but the question is it high probability or just a setup? So nothing high probability off the open first couple of minutes. The Dow, what we do know is the Dow's below that PML. Okay, the Qs are starting to pump here. Qs are in charge. See if the Qs can influence SPY. So for SPY to really match the Qs energy, what needs to take place is the Dow needs to start catching a bit off those lows. All right, see if the Dow can respect that 494. If it can respect that 494, Qs continue to push. That can give us maybe potential enough fuel to get back above 695.75, which is that POC, and then eventually get that close back above 695.91. That's what we need to take. That's what needs to take place here. All right, but the Qs off to the races. Okay, right off the bat, off to the races, pushing. So this 5-minute candle is still up for grabs. We have the 15-minute orb in 5 minutes, and then after that we have the new home sales data in 15 minutes. Not a bad loss, 100%. Okay, there we go. See if that continue to push. See the Dow starting to bounce there slightly. Now, we just almost made an all-time high. 696.09 is an all-time high. See if that continued push. Can we hold above 695.91? Can we hold? A lot of wicks off that key level. So we're basically jammed between. That weekly upside breaker and that daily upside breaker. So prior week's highs, okay, last week's highs, and yesterday's highs. We're jammed between those two levels. Of course, what is a runway I can potentially see? Decisive push above 696.09 and run up to 696.46. That's one thing that can potentially unfold. For that to take place, we need the Dow to hold above 494. Okay, respect that 494 as the Qs push. As the Qs push, that's right there. That's right there as the Qs push. Can we get that break above that level? Let's see. Or is it just a rejection? POC 695.75. So far, the chat on YouTube, 80% bullish. 80% of the chat is bullish so far. 80% of the chat is bullish. Of the chat is bullish. Let the dust settle. What I do like is the VIX is starting to pull back just a tad bit. The Qs are the down starting to catch a bid. Qs are starting to push back the downside. All right, so can we get that closure above 695.91? Okay. And that push will be into, of course, all-time highs. And that 696.48 will be that target. If we can get that close, we need that close. Now, 3 minutes away from that 15-minute orb, 15-minute orb army. The other side of the orb is 695.31. The Qs are collapsing. Wow, what a drop. You guys saw that drop? Now that downside of the orb has been triggered. Downside of the orb has been triggered. We fell. Rejection there. Look at that, guys. VIX starting to pump. Qs just fell off a cliff. Dow continues to push back below 494. If anyone was able to get that 695.31 breakdown, 5-minute orb. All right, for a quick scalp. See if you get that. If you have a good entry, you're probably up about 30 cents. But very erratic action here to say the least. We're back below that weekly upside breaker. We have that 695 psychological level right here. If we break 695, we go back to 690. These pre-market lows here. All right, PML is here. Remember what we said about PML and that that hourly 50. There might be an opportunity there for that dip buy, so we'll be there for it. All right. We'll be present for that. This is just, the market is just buying time. That's what it looks like. Trapping both ends, buying time, nothing clean, no decisive closes. Even here, below here, it's coming back to retest that weekly upside breaker. It's below that weekly open. So we got a nice little zone that we're starting to create with these two levels between weekly upside breaker and daily open. $6.95. You don't catch that drop. If you did, you're a sniper. 40% on the puts. Beautiful job, Sancho. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful job. So the retest army is from here to VWAP. VWAP can be the risk. Come back and retest that level. Come back and retest the zone. All right. Reclaim. The invalidation marker would be 695.60. So at about a 29-cent risk. 29-cent risk. So now the orb is set. Orb is set. Now the orb breaker is these lows down here. 15-minute orb, that is. $15-minute orb, that is, but the 695 is right there as well. You know those psychological levels that end in fives. We're going to get some kind of response. The question becomes, is the response sufficient enough to get us back above 695.51? Or is it a response that leads us into the jaws of this nice zone? Turns out to be a dead cat bounce. We can take it back to downside. Right, so that's what I'm essentially monitoring here. But the Dow gave up that 694, 60 cents away from it, continues to push the downside. See, one little bounce for that retest. There's the runway here, from here to here. PML. The closer we get to PML, the more interesting things get. Right, we do have a potential opportunity awaiting us there. So now let's see if we get a nice retrace reject off that 695.31. So no position so far. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We are live trading SPY. Live trading SPY. We did get CPI. We have new home sales coming in 13 minutes. We had CPI data. So those puts, bears are being paid. Bears are being compensated here. Work meeting will force me to trade at 10. Be one trade I want. 930-ish. 969. It's 936.86-ish. Good, good, good. You have 694.10 target. Okay, I can see that. Slightly above that PML. Beautiful job, Sancho. You're on a tremendous streak. Right, you got the hot hand. We're going to keep passing you the ball. Right, keep shooting. Someone has a hot hand, you got to keep shooting. Not from half court, right? Just your usual spots. Okay, nice breakdown there below the orb. See if it leads us into that PML. The Dow is the tell. The Dow is the tell. Qs start to run, but Dow's dragging us lower. Qs give up some gains that dragged everything lower. The Qs gave up those gains. The Dow gave up that 494. Gave up PML, and this thing is completely falling off a cliff. Completely falling off a cliff. There goes the IW. IW is headed towards 260.59. That's that PML. We also have a nice little zone there as well for potential shallow retrace reject. That's between that 694.91 and that 695. And validation marker, clear reclaim of 695. This is basically to catch that last little piece of that push lower. So so far, So far, no retest. All right, it was just a structural break. There's a retest on the one, but most people don't use the one, meaning it's just a one candle retest. One candle retest. See if we get that continued push. So the two retest areas, reclaim areas are here. One here, one here. Shallow, healthy. Shallow and healthy. Okay, see if we get that wick back to downside. If we get that wick back to downside, that would be great. Okay, so get that hold. Okay, I'll take the puts right there. See if that continued push. I'm in those puts, 695s. If we get that clear close above 695, I'll close out. Down 4, down 2. Average fill 120. A little early. Want to see if I can take advantage of that momentum back to downside. 10 minutes away from the data. 10 minutes away from the data. Okay, up 4, TP where you need to. Okay, see if that continue to push lower. One more leg lower. Up 5, up 10. Okay, take a majority off right there at 10. And close out as well. Right, want that quick 10-point scalp. I don't like how these candles are erratic. So it took everything off at 10. If you're still holding, continue to hold. We're very close to those lows. So no runners in this situation. Just 10. Take it for 10. Maybe might have been beneficial to hold those runners. Might have been beneficial, but another opportunity, 694. 694 is awaiting us. So this thing continue to go. All right. Anyone catch that? If you did, tremendous job. You got at least 10% out of that. Yeah, at least got 10% out of that. Those contracts are now at 145. At 145. Okay. Could have done a better job maybe just leaving a couple runners. But again, it was so close to those lows. I wanted to secure the whole thing right before new home sales. That was my goal. New home sales data. I can hold it a little more, but just take it, get the double digits, close out, and assess for another opportunity. All right, so regardless if you took it, that was a nice drop, quick scalp, at least 10%. Okay, 46% 1 DTE. You can't be 1 DTEs. Beautiful job, Sancho. Make sure you're taking those profits. Okay. Where is it? Why is that sell early? As long as you're catching the worm, right? Early bird gets the worm. As long as you're getting the worm, that's all that matters. 10 o'clock, guys. We have the new home sales data. New home sales data. Of course, there was no retest here. There's a shallow retrace reject. If you took that, great. Don't chase. Now things can change. The closer we get to new home sales data. Let's go back real quick. Trading after 10 today. Good. Yeah, the action is very erratic. It's very erratic. You get a feel for it. We're moving about 44 cents per 5. Okay, we're moving about 44 cents per 5. We're seeing SPY. Still kind of momentum still to the downside. One thing is, okay, we have not changed our rejection zone. Okay, we have not changed the rejection. Let's go back to the game plan chart real quick. Game plan chart. Okay, look at that, right? Look at that rejection zone. is holding up. So the main thing I want to see now is if we can drop into this territory, get some sort of combination on the 15, 5 and the 15, reversal combination. This is resistance until proven otherwise. Reversal combination, that would be great. So these two things is the 15-minute orb along with that 695. If you took that, put a $sign in the chat on YouTube. All right, puts off that level. Be mindful. 6 more minutes until new home sales data. What a drop, right? The cleaner drop there. That's at least 15-20%. VIX continues to go north. VIX is northbound. VIX is northbound. Let me take off the view up on the hourly. I don't need the view up on the hourly. Okay. So we'll keeping a close eye in this area, all right, for bullish combinations. If we get one more drop to the downside post new home sales data. So you can see it's just candle for candle. Pop, drop, pop, drop, pop, drop. This is scalping conditions, okay? Scalpers know how to navigate this. See profit, take profit. Don't be wrong for too long. Okay, see profit, take profit. Don't be wrong for too long. Is the motto. Okay. This trade only took close to a minute. That was it. It was close to a minute. All right. So now new home sales data, 4 minutes. 4 minutes. How we doing so far, guys? How we doing so far? Key level 9.58 cents, 10%, 3 cons, 15, 2 cons, trade total 48 cents. There we go. 11%. There we go. Oh, yeah, okay. I keep forgetting. All right, here we go. Hold on. 1 second. I have to unlock. Okay, there we go. I think it's frozen. 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second here. If I leave OBS on when the computer sleeps, some of the screens, if they're not refreshed, they don't open up. Okay, there we go. IV Crush on Friday got me screwed. We cannot. Okay, so great job, Kevin. That was that last little drop there. Adds up, all right? So 10%, 15%. You did a better job on managing those runners. I was all in, all out. All right, all in, all out. Anyone else? So what do we think, guys? What do we think? So now look how ugly the action is. Okay, look how ugly the action is. Look how ugly the action is here. Let's see. And these candles, guys, these are pretty major candles, okay? 1 minute left. Do we pump with new home sales data or do we drop? Pump or dump? Put in the chat. Pump or dump? Silver is out of here. Okay. New home sales data. We do have a nice little flag there. If you see it, downward upward compression. See you continue to the downside. Things should get interesting there. Maybe a long under 694. I'll grab that pre-market low with confirmation. I can see that. I can definitely see that. I can definitely see that. Okay, nice little breakdown. So that level's still being respected, all right? Level's still being respected. New home sales data is in. New home sales data is in. Let me refresh real quick. New home sales data is, and President will be speaking at 2 p.m. Another catalyst. New home sales data. So more new homes have been sold than forecast. They're not giving us the previous reading. Okay, maybe you can use a different platform. Maybe they'll show it. Not sure why they're not showing previous reading. But what we do know is previous forecast was 716K. Actual 737K. So about 16 to 18K more than the forecast. All right. Again, more new home sales being sold in comparison to forecast. Might go back to VWAP. So now we're looking for the grab of PML along with that 200. You beat me to it, Hero. Great job. So this provided two opportunities. If you missed this, right here, so at least a double-digit opportunity there. If you're holding, again, that's everyone can do different things with their position, right? Everyone has different risk tolerance, so on and so forth. And please know, if you're on YouTube, this is not financial advice. By no means am I trying to tell you to buy or sell anywhere. I'm buying, I'm selling, right? Using my system, my strategy for educational purposes only. All right, I'm not soliciting you to engage in the contracts. I'm just sharing with you for educational purposes. So please don't use this stuff as signals. All right, just take notes and use it as educational resource, because I'm giving you my strategy. Okay, you can learn more from this video by taking notes than you can by if you simply take the trade. If you take it, okay, you'll make money, but you can't do it yourself. All right. So this is what I'm eyeing right here, team. Okay. So for the folks, for our strikers, we have another chart they can see as well that dives into a little bit more details. All right. So this is what I'm eyeing. What kind of reaction do we get in this territory? What kind of reaction do we get in this territory? If we continue to push below it, we open up at 693.36. 693.36. Things should get interesting. Wow. Wow, what a drop. Okay. All right, FOMO's kicking in, but it's all good because I wouldn't held it anyways because of the new home sales data. But nonetheless, this is what a retrace reject looks like. Whenever the market is sliding, showing some kind of clear direction to the downside, look for an area, two close levels that are near each other, and use those levels as your retracement point. Now we're at that 50% retrace of the day. That PML, it's either, so the PML reclaim can be on the table. All right, let's see if we get a response in this area. No response. Retrace reject. This is like a preliminary level that we're kind of just trying to find if the 200 caught up to, if the 50 caught up to it. Well, you can see that rejection zone from this morning. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So now we're back at 693.36. VIX is moving and grooving. VIX is at 1560. All right, VIX is up 60 cents. The pump fake was the Qs. Qs was the pump fake. So IW and the Qs are still above PMH. So the Dow's what's really dragging us lower. The Dow's dragging us lower. That move, guys, that move. All right. That's not a measuring tool. That move here was $1.54. Anyone hold runners? Took the risk and held the runners. If you did, you were compensated for your risk. Okay, so PML 694. 694 is going to be critical. Qs are still relatively holding up. One way out of here is a wick. That's why I'm focusing on the 15 on this one. 15, right? 15 is still up for grabs, right? Up for grabs. Initial push lower. What that would requires us for us to reclaim this. And our way out of here. Can someone forecast a little bit? Okay, a little bit. I know this is kind of looking ahead. But what would be a way out of here to get into those highs? What kind of formation do you think? So we got something there, potentially something there. If these are the lows, right? So left shoulder, somewhat of a head forming. If we can get that reclaim. And then eventually that right shoulder above PMH. Possible. Right? Possible. We'll see. We shall see. Okay, look at that 15-minute candle, right? So although we dumped, that 15 has 9 minutes left. Let's take a look at the 5 real quick. Okay, the 5. All right. If you're looking for that 5 trigger, early entry 694.26 close. Confirmed entry. Break above those highs 694.51. 15 is still brewing. All right. So at least let's get a reverse on the 5. So 694.25, 694.51. That's what I'll pay attention to for us to hit reverse, right? But we're not out of the woods yet because this is a retrace reject similar to here. All right, there's a retrace reject very similar to that territory. Can't trust the garbage data coming from the Fed, especially when they leave out food and energy from the CPI. Yep, exactly. The food and energy is out of the core, right? So the food and energy, that's the difference between core and the traditional CPI. So the core CPI doesn't include food and energy, and the CPI includes all of it. All right, so we get those two readings. The one that I like to look at is a year over year. Right, year over year gives us the macro perspective. Year over year gives us the macro perspective. See if we get that reclaim. If we get that reclaim, I'll be on board. Okay, if we get that reclaim, I'll be on board. So what I'm doing here is filtering out to ensure that there's no retrace reject. Of course, we're going to be colliding with the waves. Of course, scalpers are looking for that flag breakdown, right? So let's see if we can continue to use that support. All right, just think of it like this. The opportunity exists in the gray area, meaning like when something can go either way at a pivotal point, right? At those key inflection points is where the opportunity resides. Right, at those key inflection points are the biggest opportunity. So we know in this area, depending on what takes place, there's going to be separation away from this area in the next 5 to 15 minutes. All right, so we're using our technical ability to see, do we want to go with the trend or is the trend over based on that 693.36 bounce? All right, so now we have to use our technical ability to make that assessment, to make that judgment here. So what would be our risk? Our invalidation marker. Our invalidation marker would be the opposite thing coming true. So it's a clear invalidation marker. So if I'm looking to take this back to downside, if I get a clear reclaim of 694 and an acceleration to the upside, I'm invalidated. If I'm looking to take the reclaim and I get that full breakdown, upward compression flag breakdown, I'm more than likely invalidated. Right? So off the bat, we're just seeing straight selling off the bat on the 5. Right, first 5 minutes of the day we pushed, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 consecutive 5-minute candles to the downside. So we're seeing first compression breakdown. It wasn't as pretty as we wanted to see it, but it did present that opportunity. Let's see if that continues to push to the downside, and this thing continues to move lower. Taking starters back to downside. Okay, interesting. In calls, 5-day MA. Hold with purpose. Good. I admit I'm a little bit of a weird person, but I still like your new setup with the screens. All like this. This gives you a more holistic view for you. I can see this on a different screen, right? But you can see it as well. I know it's small. I can only fit so many things on one screen. Okay, the Dow's what's selling out. That's what's really impacting us. Now all the sectors except XLP, XLE, XLI, and SMH are green. So XLE is the only one pushing. That's probably correlation with crude. Crude is back above 60. Let me confirm. Was back above 60. Okay, still back above 60. Crude is rocking and rolling, guys. Crude's at 61.13. Crude is at 61.13. Gold trying to make an all-time high push. Silver, if not made an all-time high, silver as well, all-time high there. So silver is above 80. Wow, what a time to be alive as a trader, guys. What a time to be alive. Potential. Okay, nice little rejection there. 212 continue push to the downside. See if that game plan 15-minute chart. Let's see if we're still wicking on the 15. If there's no clear wick, if there's no hammer, right, then we can say, hey, you know what? All right, so the seller's got it. We can see here we got that rejection off of it. Push back lower. Okay. Push back lower. See if we can respect that daily 50% retrace. So at least we know our first interaction with that PML. Right, we push back the downside. Okay, so that rejection zone did hold up. So that phenomenon continues, right? We make a high above that all-time high in pre-market or during the day, and we start to slide. Same thing, we make that high in pre-market above it with CPI, we start to slide. So we are making all-time highs, guys. We are making all-time highs. Today, we came close to it. We met all-time highs today. All-time high is 696.09. We got right to 696.09. So would you consider that an all-time high? Or would you consider that a meet, right? Or would you consider a meet another all-time high? If you consider a meet an all-time high, then that means we did make 3 all-time highs consecutively. Three-peat for SPY. So where are we in relation to prior day's range? We're right at the equilibrium territory, okay? Right at equilibrium. We come into that rejection zone during pre-market, CPI pump fakes. All the traders there, they're overly bullish, come into the market, start to sell off. So now we're at this critical inflection point, equilibrium territory, where we struggled yesterday, okay? So we're back in that territory now. Back in that territory. Where we have D50 right here. That's this level right there, that 50% retrace. All right, so see if we get some sort of response off of this back the upside. If we can't get a response off of this back the upside, try to reclaim PML. More than likely, we create separation away from this territory and continue to take back ground. So the bulls made up all this ground. How much ground can the bears take with those two catalysts currently utilizing in their favor? Right? Can this lead us all the way? Of course, we have that first leg here. All right, can that lead us all the way back to where we started? Or we will start working our way after some buyers stepping up back to where we started this morning. Okay, so critical inflection point. Critical inflection point. To give you some context in this territory here, we entered it at 9:50 a.m. prior day. We finally created separation away from it clearly at 10:50. So it was about an hour. All right, so it was about an hour worth of fighting. All right, hour worth of fighting to say the least. And now we're back at that 693.36. See if we can bounce out that 50% retrace. If we continue to sell off, it's going to be off of that 694. We need that 694 retest, at least come back to that. So if we go back to that 1 minute chart real quick, that 1 minute wave, you can see. So if I'm looking to take that reclaim, right, and if I took it without a clear reclaim, a clear close above a green candle above it, then at least I know, hey, you know what? If this starts to break down, more than likely I'm invalidated. If my risk encompasses 693.36, which it can, I may be sitting in drawdown, maybe about to get stopped out. It just depends how much your risk is in relation to where your entry is. All right. So in this particular case, we came into it, we've got that dead cat bounce, we rejected, continue to sell off. Right, and now we're just holding that 693.36. The Qs are starting to dump here as well. Qs are dumping. IWM is dumping as well. IWM is looking to test that PML. So 2 of the 4 are below PML. SPY and the Dow are below PML. IWM is working its way to PML. We just broke the 50% retrace. Okay. Man. You see that pump fake? The sentiment in the morning, completely different, right? That bullish reaction a lot of times influences the way we think. And they do the complete opposite. Right, so those runners, right? Those would have been phenomenal. All right, but nonetheless, I got my piece out of it, to say the least. So we look for another opportunity here. If I'm looking for a retrace reject, meaning we get some sort of dead cat bounce and then fade that bounce, at least come to 694. Can I take this breakdown below it in pursuit of? It's not 50% here. In pursuit of these lows down here. Let me verify real quick. So 50% retrace. Now we have the yearly upside breaker right there, 691.65. So we do have another runway being unlocked between here and there. So again, guys, strikers, you have access to this chart. This is called a striker's chart. If you do open up this chart, you have access to this chart completely. You have complete access to it. Okay, you have complete access to this chart. So this is a 5-minute candle on the striker chart, you can see. So once we create separation away from this key zone up here, and we don't draw these zones after the fact, right? We don't draw it after the fact. This is they're fixed. The only thing variable that gets fixed that changes is the zones we draw associated with the key levels when price comes into those areas. Anyone riding puts? If you are, congratulations. Congratulations. Tesla edging up towards 15-minute orb. Let's take a look at that. Okay, starters early. Okay. How are we doing on YouTube? Folks on YouTube, how we doing? We got 50 people on the check-in. Chat is quiet. Okay. Let us know where you're joining from. Help us get to our goal. Our goal for this month is 2,800 subs. We're almost there. We can do it this week. We can get to 2,800. It's very possible we can get to 2,800. We can do it by this week. 51st date. I think I might have put the chat in a mode where you can't comment in the chat unless you have a YouTube channel. So let me know if that's the issue. All right, let me just take a look at it. Sometimes the chat goes into that mode where it does that. Man, that breakdown was beautiful. What a beauty. Let me check with another from the public side. From the public side here. Well, those puts. Those puts did those puts. Okay, that first shift end. If you're green in first shift, again, you have the right to end. Okay, you have the right to end. All right. If you're green, stay clean. That's the motto. Okay. Don't have to do too much. It's not about quantity, it's about quality. Okay. Quality over quantity at all times. Yeah, you do have to create a channel to enter in the chat, so I have to find a way to remove that. I have to find a way to remove that unless YouTube change the settings. But in the meantime, smash the like button. Made my first 100 today. Thanks for your dedication. Absolutely. HBK. Anyone else take the puts down here? Let us know. Okay, let us know. Again, this is for educational purposes. Okay. But again, our system said puts here off that retrace reject. The reason why I'm not going to have FOMO is because even with 10 a.m., I wouldn't have held it through 10 a.m. So the FOMO I would get is a legitimate FOMO, but it's irrational FOMO because I wouldn't have held it past 10 a.m. anyways. Right? But if I can say, hey, retrace reject off of here, possible. Right? So now the next area is here. Gets shallower and shallower and shallower. So this will turn into healthy. Okay, so I'll wait for this guy up here. But what a sell-off here, team. What a sell-off. Okay, so again, if you are catching these ideas, if they do align with the things you look for, subscribe, take the capital you're making, reinvest in yourself, join our community. So we're one of the rare communities where you get paid to be in the communities for free. Even with the information you're learning, it's free, okay? It's free. Continue to tune in. Yearly upside breakers the next target. What a dump off the open, guys. What a dump off the open. What a dump off the open. Man, oh man, oh man. Don't chase. Main thing is right now, guys, don't chase. Okay, don't chase. Okay, we can see now, did that level hold up? That preliminary level, we said there's a potential grab there. Right, there's no grab. All right, even on the 5, there's nothing there. 1-2-1-2 continuation. Right, on the 1, retrace reject. Okay. So unless I just forced it, say if I just forced that entry, okay, which sometimes I do take an early entry, right? At minimum, okay, at minimum, so I'm going to get stopped out. So the fact that we're breaking down is meanings I have to get stopped out. Right? Worst case scenario here, but more than likely 10-15% slap on the wrist. I'll be out of there. Right? But I'm not going to hold all the way to here. The fact that we even broke this further validates the amount of weakness we have. All right? That further validates the amount of weakness we have. Heikin-Ashi clear push to the downside. We're creating separation from equilibrium. VIX shot out of a cannon. Don't need the VWAP here, so we can see just clear selling. It kind of blocks out the noise for us on the 5, right? Clear selling. Wow. So now we're creating that separation. Okay, we're creating that separation away from the bottom half of that equilibrium zone. Okay, so this is the wants to try to move towards this territory here, and then the last leg is back to weekly open. What a dump. 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 Expected downside move for today is 690 to 26. We're pennies away from it. IWM is just holding PMH. IWM is the only one that's showing signs of life. All right, everything else is falling off a cliff. Let's go back to SPY on the wave chart. Waves are waving. Waves are waving. So again, if you're looking to short it, wait for another bounce. All right, separation, bounce, and then a break of that flag, upward compression. Continuation patterns, what you're looking for at this particular time. Continuation patterns, what we're looking for at this particular time. What a drop. What a drop, to say the least. We're 5 minutes away from the conclusion of first shift. Let's get 30 likes. We got 20 likes so far. Let's get 30 likes. We can do it. We got 45, 46 people joining us on YouTube. Strikers. What a move, right? What a move. All right. The importance of letting the data digest. Let the market digest the data. This is the importance of letting the market digest the data. All right. If you just based it on the CPI data, based it on the initial reaction, you would be very bullish. All right. You'd be very bullish coming into the day. Maybe getting calls here. And then if you refuse to be wrong, if you don't want to be wrong for long, you're going to be wrong for a long time. Right. This is wipeout. All right. This is wipeout. All right. So say, for instance, someone trades the 5-minute orb. They have no risk. They have no risk management protocol in place. They take the calls off that break, which it was potentially brewing, but there was no confirmation behind it. Okay. Guess what? You can get stopped out or you can get completely wiped out. And this wipeout, if you refused, $3.64. With options, that is everything. Okay, that's gone. Okay. Less than a 0.5% chance of recovery. All right. But again, if you're wrong, the main thing is if you're wrong, don't be wrong for long. That's what risk management is there for. And there are times when you get stopped out, even when you're right on the chart. And those times tempt you to move your risk. And days like this are where you get completely punished and obliterated. All right. So let the shift close out. But what a sell-off to kick things off. Wow, wow, wow. We're about $3 away from that daily open. Everything is selling off, pushing back the downside. Pretty significant sell-off across the board. IWM is looking to get below PML. Everything is below PML. So going into second shift, we're basically got all the way back that yearly upside breaker. We got all the way back that yearly upside breaker. Got a piece of that 17%. Beautiful job. No trades from me yet today. Busy at work, so do not want to force any trades. That's a great mindset. Ripple became a tsunami, 100%. Red folder. 668. 23% for Fido. And look at that. First trade minus 30%. Okay? That minus 30% is the trade of the day. That minus 30% is the trade of the day. Why? If that minus 30% wasn't closed out, if I'm reading that right, those calls, that minus 30% is going to go down to 99%. So no matter how much of the upside we catch, if we can't cap our downside, it's useless. That doesn't mean anything. Right? It doesn't mean anything. Just think of it like this, all right? Think of it as a bathtub, all right? Think of it as a bathtub. And you're emptying the bathtub with a spoon. You're taking profits with a spoon. But the bathtub has running water. The water is running into it from the tap. So no matter how fast you try to empty it out, eventually it's going to overflow. Unless you stop the heavy flow of the water, you have no chance of emptying the bathtub. And that's basically how risk management works. It doesn't matter how big the gain you get, 100%, 200%, 300%, 50%, 60%, 5 days, 4 day, 3 day win streak, 3-month win streak. Right? That's all in the line to give back if the downside is not, if you're not keeping that downside capped to the best of your ability. Right? Essentially, the market is building your account just to take it back. All right, so 1 minute away. First shift is in the books. First shift is in the books. Comcast guys showed up at exactly 8:30, and now my FOMO needs a tranquilizer. Yeah, this would create some serious FOMO, right? This would create some serious FOMO. But again, now 10:30 is here. So what happened in first shift stays in first shift. All right, so we saw a massive sell-off in first shift. We're gonna mark out those levels and look take advantage of these setups in second. First shift did take one trade. Took the puts here, worked out beautifully. This might have been the first time where I closed a position, whole position. Usually I have a runner. Again, it's fine, and that was a trade. The idea was it puts off here. If you took it, great. If you didn't, that's fine. Don't get FOMO. Now we're on to second shift. So if you took any trades in first shift, let us know in the chat how you did in first shift. Make a note in your journal, and now look to take advantage of second shift and lay out what you're looking for in second shift. What are you looking for in second shift? What are some things you're potentially looking to entertain? And if those things do come to fruition, how are you going to define your risk? Where are you going to allocate your risk? What you want to see before you do those things? All right. So second shift is here now. Second shift is officially here. Second shift is here, guys. So of course we know we got to address this level here. So we want to monitor what kind of interaction we get. We know we have another level here we need to address. So if we do end up reversing, it's not just going to be from here. We're not going to just teleport from here to here. We're going to have to go through the process of reversing. All right, we're going to have to interact. We're going to have to build a positive relationship with these levels if we're going to reverse. If we're going to continue to dump, right, more than likely we're going to come into these levels, have a negative reaction to it, push back down, come into this level, right? So everything's going to relatively be tied to what takes place here. What takes place here as of now, what takes place here as of now will determine where we go from that point on. We do have first shift's low, 692.10 for the grab. 5-minute reversal taking place. Okay. Out of time to watch. 10-minute chart telling me what we have another leg. 10 minutes looking clean. 15-minute is also inside. 5-minute we did get one reversal on the 5. Okay. IWM with the bounce off PML. Beautiful bounce off PML on IW. So all the indexes starting to catch a bid here. I'm going to jump over to the 15. Okay, I'll go drop back over to the 5. 212 on 212 on the Dow. Starting to push here. We are starting to push back up. Is this legit? Too legit to quit, or is it gonna lead us to those levels and just let it allow us to drop back lower? 693.36. I would have preferred if they grabbed these lows. I would have preferred if they grabbed these lows and then pumped it. But who am I? Market can do whatever it wants. I entered the 5 hammer. Beautiful job mixing. That 5 hammer was beautiful. You're already up close to 50 cents. So 43 to 50 cents. All right, so he was waiting for that break of this hammer. Textbook reversal. All right, so that entry would be that near that 692.77. So now as we push into here, already in profit. So tremendous job on position yourself for that push to the upside. Okay, can we get above 693.36? VWAP is all the way at 694.55. That's near that PML. Slightly above PML, I should say. Slightly above PML. Okay. See if you get some follow through behind it. Everything's starting to push. I want to see how we interact with this level. The number one puts as far as volume is the 693s. See if that leads us back to downside. Waves are trying to flip. And validation market would be, of course. And validation market would be, of course, the reclaim. If we can break below that 1 minute candle's lows. VIX is starting to pull back. Everything's starting to push the upside. See if we can get back below this candle's lows. If we don't get back below that candle's lows, see if it wants to reclaim it, potentially run up to 694. That's about a 44 cent difference, 44 cent runway between here and there. Okay, we're officially in continuation mode on the 5. Officially in continuation mode. Waves on the 1 have been flipped. They're flipping. They're starting to flip. 15-minute reversal as well. Hammer on the 15, reversing, VIX pushing lower. Wow, tale of two hours. Right, first, we still have a long way to go, right? We still have a long way to go. But something is better than nothing. All right, so if we take a look at it, we're working our way back into that equilibrium area, equilibrium territory. Okay, now we're basically back at the heart of the consolidation from prior day. We got below it, buyer stepped in, pushed it higher. So can this get us at least back to where we started? Back that daily open. Retest of 693.36. 693.36 retest. Could be up for grabs. PML is right here. PML is right there. If we fall back below it and close, VIX starts to bounce. Q start to fade. I'll take it to the downside. I'm looking at the I got Apple open. I'm looking at the 694s. I want to close below it. My risk will be the top of that candle. We can close below it only. If we can close below it only, if we start to bounce, more than likely we continue to push. Okay. Get that close. IW's out of here. IW's as bullish as can be. Okay, I'll take the puts there. Okay, in the puts. Okay. Up 9. Up 11. I'm taking majority off right there. Thank you very much. Okay, down to runners. There we go. Another one. Another one. Got runners this time. Now I want to continue to push. My NC would be here. No close back above this. Okay, we earned our right to trade back below it. If we reclaim it, I'll close it out. I already extracted a majority. See if we get some follow through to the downside. Follow through to the downside. Collapse, collapse, collapse. Get below here. That's going to be great. So no closes. A lot of selling pressure up here. Okay, if you did take this, make sure you're taking profits. If this lines up with the things you look for. All right. The Dow is on a tear. The Dow and IW are on a tear. We're really pairing this with the Qs. Pairing this with the Qs. Okay. Pairing this with the Qs. Go, go, go. So I want this to be a 5-minute shooter. Break back below those lows. And then this thing can really start to roll. If we break below these lows, that 5-minute shooter comes in, and it's a 5-minute dead cat bounce. Okay. But we need to stay below. No close above here. No close above here. That yellow zone. NC. Already took a majority off. NC's there. See if you can go 5-minute shooter. Break these lows, guys. Break these lows. And there'll be a 5-minute dead cat bounce. If we break those highs, we continue. We can potentially continue because this can be the attempt of a formation of a higher low. We got this low. Okay, we got that low. No close. If we close above it, the NC zone, I'll close out. Give it a second here. Give it a second. See if it drops back lower. Giving it a second. Still no close. Just give it a second here. Okay. Go, go, go. Break below 693.02. We can start rocking and rolling. All right. If this goes to the floor, this can be a 50 to 70% trade with those runners, but they need to comply. Okay. Break below those lows. Okay. Buyers are protecting that. You see? Buyers are protecting these lows with their life. All right, so let's see if we get one more push below, get that close below it, that would be great. We can start to slide. All right, so the pressure is on. Pressure is on. Again, it did flash into 11, 12, 13% there. Okay, let's see you get that drop. So buyers going to buy it back up. Let's see if the buyers going to buy it back up there. Now see if we go candle under candle, continued flow. Okay, one nice teardrop. Teardrop. 5-minute, push it back to the downside. Now what we need to take place here, team, is we need the Dow to start to fade. We need the Dow to start to fade. Qs are already fading. Qs are already fading. Another TP opportunity there, 13%. Okay, make sure you're locking in, paying the trader. All right. Feel free to scale out if you need to. My fine line in the sand is here. Close above NC. The Qs are starting to bounce here. Qs are starting to bounce. Okay, we want that bounce to be met by a pushback lower. So the question is this the higher low, or do we go collapse all the way into these lows? All right. Do we collapse all the way into those lows? The waves are seeing some pressure. You see the 5 up here. We went shooter already. So buyers are trying to protect these lows here. Not enough buyers are stepping in to protect it. So they need, if you're a buyer, right, you need a decisive reclaim swiftly above 693.36. If that can't take place, more than likely this goes to ground zero. 692.10, 692.19. Go, go, go. So we need to close below here. Close below here. We can start rocking and rolling. So this is the key battleground. Right here's the key battleground. That level is going to set the tone for probably the next 15 minutes, 15, 16 minutes. What takes place off that level will set the tone. We'll set the tone. We're in the jaws of inefficiency on the 5. NC is right here. If we close above that, then I'm out of there. All right? That's near break even. So the cool thing is after you already lock in profit, whether you locked in at 9, 11, 10, 13, okay, you can sit back and play out. But the main thing is you have to draw your line in the sand. Where is your egress? Where is your egress? Spending a lot of time here. Triple inside. Very rare occurrence. Triple inside. Okay, I like how the Qs are starting to push. Continue to push. If the Qs can take out these lows, the Dow can go 2 up, 2 down. That would be great. Okay, we need to take out these lows once again. So no close back above 693.36. Will remain bearish. Close back above it. Things can change. Look at all that time being spent here. No surprise. Okay, no surprise. If we kind of zoom out, this is where we are. So we had a hard time yesterday in the same area. Okay, same area. Lot of difficulty. Okay, a lot of difficulty. We got sticky in that area before making a significant move. We got sticky. Same thing is happening today, right? Okay, the Dow's starting to push back the downside. The Qs are trying to go break the upside. IW, right, is operating in its own world. Right, IW is as bullish as can be. Past 20 minutes, IW is as bullish as can be. So no close above here. No reclaim of 693.36. Okay, I'll close out there. So give those runners a sec. Okay. I already extracted profits for 11. All right, 10 here. Just base hits. I love the base hits. All right, you can always trust the base hits. At peak, we did see 13, 12, 13, 14-ish. Now that I'm not there anymore, I might just completely collapse. Okay. All right, but again, you guys get the idea. All right, trying to keep that entry near that key level. Of course, I wanted to break back the downside, continue to push lower, but if I can get that double-digit appreciation, I'm taking the majority off and seeing if the runners can do the heavy lifting. All right, if they can't, stopped out. All right, a lot of back and forth here. I would say the bulls are not fully in the clear until they reclaim that level and get back above here. All right, so it can go either way at this particular point. It can go either way. Again, we can see we're struggling at the same exact area we were struggling yesterday. Carbon copy of yesterday. But just the opposite. Yesterday, okay, we pump, if you recall. We were walking through this in real time. We accumulate, and then we break out. Okay, so now today, we dump. So is the story. All right. Accumulate and break down. Yeah, I think it was waiting until I left to make the move. And then break down. We'll see. Yeah, so decide to make the move now. Maybe I got a little impatient there. Right, didn't fully get that closure. If you're in it, if you did a better job than me managing it, you should be up double digits. Congratulations. L 25% IWM calls. 693.50 support resistance. There you go, guys. I could have been a little more patient. All right, but the ideas are the ideas. All right. There we go. There we go, guys. There we go. There we go. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know you're joining from. We got 46 people on the check-in. Let's get the likes up. All right, let's get 40 likes. We can do it before 11 o'clock, 11:30. That'd be great. That would be great. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Again, if you want to comment in the chat, it's going to force you to create a channel. It takes 2 seconds. I have to take that mode off. Moving forward, I don't know how it got turned on, but you're tuning into the most value-packed live trading show where we live trade SPY. Importance of taking profit there. You can see it just came out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. They're going to start playing the tricky games in this area. We saw the same thing takes place yesterday for about an hour. For about an hour, we were hanging out in this territory. Right? Main thing is I don't want to see you go double digits, 13, 14, 15% green, and then give it back when it's all said and done. When it's all said and done, all right, so far 2 trades today. Both worked in our favor. So there is a way, there is a methodology to catch this slide to the downside using the retrace reject strategy along with key zone. This morning we did have CPI data in the pre-market that kind of fueled that initial push to the upside. We were set to gap up. We gave back a lot of the momentum from pre-market. We got all the way up into 697.29, about $2.20. $1.70. Okay. Oh, 70 cents, about 70 cents above all-time highs. We came into the day. We chopped around for a bit. We collapsed. We accumulated for some time. New home sales data comes in. We collapse once again. And now we're pushing to the downside. This might be, all right, early to call it. This might be the higher low, possibly. So this low is going to be the most important level as far as structure is concerned, right? So as long as this low is not violated and taken out, all right, this can be the infancy of an uptrend. So now all eyes on this high. Because we're going to need, if we can respect this low, we're going to need a higher high. All right, little forecast. All right, little forecasting, looking a little ahead, being proactive. Right, but that's the kind of thing you want to kind of see. All right, so now we got a low here. All right, so if the next low, if this low fuels us to take out those highs, and next low comes in, if it's higher than this one, we got ourselves a trend back up. We got ourselves a channel. Okay, so you need to understand that. You need to understand how the structure, how price structure works. Okay. If this low gets taken out, we got a lower low. And this turns into the lower high in comparison to this one. Just close one put contract, $50 profit just in time. Good. Not doing much here. They're just kind of paying the scalpers. What the issue is, or the challenges, I should say. Most traders, okay, they miss this. They have no way to capture this. All right, they have no way to capture this. They're going to get FOMO. All right, the rule is you can't have FOMO unless it's your setup. You can't have FOMO unless it lines up with the things you do already. So if you took the puts there, right, you have justified FOMO. But if you usually 99% of the time close your position before another catalyst, and we're sandwiched between those two catalysts, you can't have FOMO. So this FOMO is reserved, okay? It's an illusion. This FOMO is reserved for traders who had the entry here and who hold past catalyst and sandwich type of events. All right, so those are the people who have FOMO in this case. All right. But most of the time what happens is traders see this push to the downside. They expect the same kind of movement here. Fail to take profits. Inverse head and shoulder there possibly. Fail to take profits at 15, 20%. Because they want to recreate this. Right, they want to recreate this. All right, so it's very important to take what the market gives you. Take what the market gives you. All right. So does that low lead us to a higher high? If we do, then we got some sort of move. Okay, we got an inverse situation going on here. You can see it. You can see it. If you've been tuning in for long enough, right, you should be able to get these reads. All right, so I want to train you to be able to get these reads before they take place, so you can better position yourself to capitalize off of the setup that comes along with what you're seeing. Okay. So in this case, we were short. Took it for 11. If we can reclaim PMH, right, get above PMH and get some sort of, maybe a little rejection off PMH, that means we got a higher high. So now we're starting a nice little channel going. Nice little channel going. Okay. Any questions, guys? Any questions? Put in the chat. 2 p.m. If you want me to extend the stream until 2 p.m., the president will be speaking at 2 p.m. We need to get 60 likes. 60 likes. That's the likes are the currency on YouTube. Likes are the currency. Clean up the chart a little bit. Next few trades, we'll look to significantly size down. Right, maybe have 1 or 2 trades left in the chamber. But I don't want to trade for the sake of taking a trade for the stream. It's very important that we your commentaries there, but of course we don't want to just take random trades out of the blue for entertainment purposes, okay? That's called boredom trading. Trading out of boredom. Okay, this is encouraging. Why? We got our higher high. So just like we discussed, we got our higher high, we got our low. So as long as this low is kept intact, now you can start drawing, okay? You can start drawing your channel. You see, that's how a channel is birthed. If you understand structure, okay, you can easily, not easily, I would say you can simply start anticipating, not trading, anticipating the highs and lows, relative highs and lows. So now you have a good area of where you can start gauging your ideas off of. Best trade of the day was taking calls near the bottom. Check timestamp for your review. Overall profits. Beautiful job, Hero. Absolutely crushing it. Right. I like it. Very few trades. Quality over quantity. Quality over quantity. And I like how you scale into your position. A lot of traders like to scale in. But there's a skill set to doing that. So it's not just because scaling in can translate to adding to losers if you don't do it properly. It's a fine line, so there's a way to do it, and a tremendous job. Okay, so a tremendous job. We're close to being at 11 o'clock. So 11:30 we'll do the check. 11:30 we'll do the check, and so far this week, all right, I've been focused on execution. I've been focusing on less trades, quality trades. And you can't control what you get out of a single trade. Right? And we know that. But putting ourselves in position is most important. So tomorrow, we have PPI. Okay. The week is just getting started, guys. The week is getting started. So this is what I'm talking about with all-time highs. When all-time highs are near us, when we're within striking distance, that level of paranoia / anxiousness / building an internal bullish bias is always there. Because now you're thinking every push, every structural shift can eventually lead to all-time highs. So that always enters the equation. That's the difficult part of trading within striking distance of all-time highs. Right, so we know as far as all-time highs, it might seem like we're selling off intraday, of course, but we're only about 3 points, less than 3 points, 2.5 points away from all-time highs. So that's within striking distance. Okay, within striking distance of all-time highs. Okay, 11 o'clock. It's officially 11 o'clock. We have a new hourly candle, new 30-minute candle, new 15-minute candle, new 10-minute candle, new 5-minute candle. All right, so reset of all the candles, top of the hour candles. If you're using candles bottom of the hour, candles ending in 30s, not yet. Okay, you're halfway there. How are we doing so far, strikers? How are we doing so far? Yesterday, it looked like 100% of the team was green. So today's a new day, new opportunity. We could possibly see a rejection off of here, leading us into these lows here. As long as the overall structure is respected, we can use this as a path. Price can navigate using this path, potentially back at the weekly upside breaker, and maybe that daily open. Okay, we do have another zone waiting for us up here. As far as the other names are concerned, the Qs decide to wake up. Qs decide to wake up. Okay, SPY. That reclaim, let's see if it reclaims it off, bouncing off that 50 EMA there on the hourly. QQQ. Okay, QQQ's back above PML. Nice reclaim of PML there on QQQ. So it grabbed all these lows. Has a lot of fuel now. Qs have a lot of fuel. A lot of participants there. Okay. The Dow continues to push the downside. IWM is doing its own thing. IW sold off, came into PML, bounced off PML, pushed it into POC, starting to fade just slightly here. Nvidia back above PML. Let's go through our list. Okay, Google made all-time highs off the open, gave that up quickly, fell below POC, got back below PMH, reclaimed PMH. Tesla, not much there. Broadcom, another back-to-back days on Broadcom. Broadcom starting to run. That's really helping the Qs this morning. That helped the Qs this morning. Amazon is below 245 PML. Netflix, 89.90 is going to be critical. Meta just fell off a cliff, guys. Meta just fell off a cliff. No respect for that zone at all. Palantir. JPM. Reported earnings, so no surprise. There's an earnings reaction. Apple, 260 is going to be critical. Messy chart intraday. Hood, 118. See if we can hold back above 118.57. Nvidia dipped all the way to 183. XYZ. Block, formerly known as Square, 68 reclaim. CMG, okay. Walmart continues to push. Walmart is flirting with 120. It's already at all-time highs. MU, nice pullback in MU. MU's fell $11, guys. MU fell $11 after making all-time highs, testing that 50 EMA on the hourly. MU still extended there, right? MU still extended. MU might be at this support as well. MU might be sitting right on support. Near support, okay. So we can see MU loves to ride that 50 MA on the hourly. And formation at support, got to get below it, bounces. right there as well. So MU is at support, hourly support, 50 EMA. So things can get interesting on MU. We want to see how we interact between, we want to see what kind of activity takes place between 340 and 335. If there's bullish activity taking place between that $5 range, we start to catch a bid, push back up, reclaim 340. Things can get interesting back the upside. We can fuel up back the upside. So have a close eye on MU. Have a close eye on MU. $340.75 on MU. Okay. So again, standstill. Spending a lot of time in that same area, guys. A lot of time in the same area. So don't give back profit once again. AMD, absolutely. We'll take a look at AMD. AMD intraday. AMD, nice run up on AMD intraday. Of course, came into 220. Got as high as 222.22. That's interesting. 22222. Right. Now it's back below 220 psychological level. Did have a run up in pre-market. Okay, so AMD possible to retest that PMH can come into play. AMD and I don't get along, so AMD still owes me money. So I haven't traded AMD in a long time, many years. But the time I did trade AMD for some reason, all right, I just don't trade AMD well. All right, so at some point in time we'll hit AMD, and I'll get a refund on AMD. All right, but AMD, when I would trade a handful of names, AMD was the one that always I would make bad decisions on, for some reason. Right? It wasn't synchronized with all the other names in SMH as much at the time. I think it's kind of doing the same thing now as well. But if you do trade it, if you know how to trade AMD really well, that's great. But nonetheless, there are opportunities. Nonetheless, there are opportunities. Okay. So we're at a standstill here. We're at a standstill here. Standstill here. Okay, Bitcoin is starting to wake up. Bitcoin has officially entered the 93K. Bitcoin has officially entered 93K. Crude on a tear. Crude is above 60. VIX came right to 15, bounced. That's what led to the dump. Qs did push, but again, they just can't seem to get above this territory here. Can't seem to get above this territory. We discussed the most important level on the Qs. This week will be 630. 630 is the most important level on the Qs. If we can't get above 630, more than likely, we're going to continue to push back the downside. Okay. So now we're rejecting off PMH right there. PMH, multiple rejection off PMH. We have, not at NC, we have the 50% retrace here. So more than likely, we're going to trade in this channel, right? The remainder of the shift, unless something happens. I understand there's more affinity with some stocks like that. Is more affinity with some people. Yeah, for some reason, I haven't traded AMD in many years, but I wasn't as good of a trader back then, of course. So maybe things can change. But I do know AMD does owe me money. All right, Lisa Sue does owe me money. So I'll get that back at some point in time. Advanced money destroyer. Anyone else have issues? Any other stocks you just can't seem to? Just a money losing machine for anyone else, or am I the only one? A couple of tickers, or one ticker in particular, that's giving you a hard time over your career? Let me know. Let us know. Mine is AMD. It's just some reason AMD. I know a lot of people have Tesla. Tesla's not easy to trade. Tesla on the 4 hour, absolutely. Let me blow up the chart real quick and take a look at on this chart. We'll go to our take a look at Tesla on the 4 hour. Close this out. Let's go to our game plan chart. SPY still owes me. Yeah, you'll get it back. SPY will give you that refund and some. Okay, so we're taking a look at Tesla here on the 4 hour. Tesla. So first things first. Tesla, we like Tesla last week. Tesla came back and tested it. We can see all the buy blocks on the 4 hour. Right, so Tesla, we know Tesla is currently trading. Let me drop down to the 15. So the 4 hour looks bullish. 4 hour looks bullish as can be. If you're in to win, of course. You have the best seat in the house on this bullish ride. We can see Tesla starting to establish some sort of support trend line here. Let's break it down to the 1 hour real quick. Let's take off these drawings from last time. Okay, so Tesla is moving, trading in this channel. Let's drop down to 15 real quick. And so Tesla on the 4 hour bullish. As far as entry is concerned, I'm trying to find a spot on this bullish ride up. All right, that entry off that trend line might have been it. Might have been it. Okay, might have been it there. AMD is not just you. They can keep my money. I'll take it somewhere else. Yeah, I don't know what it is with AMD. I don't know. Maybe a lot of people experience the same thing. So Tesla's trading in this channel, beautiful channel. We have that next level of 450 is going to be critical. If you're looking to establish, if I were looking to establish a position, say weekly or monthly position on Tesla, might have to wait for a little bit of a pullback, right? Or see if I can create separation away from 450. See if I can get at least a 450 into that PMH and then come back into it. So I have a nice little buffer. But on the 4 hour, Tesla's bullish. We're still trying to recover the sell-off that we did see during the delivery numbers. The delivery number sales, we came in a little short. And it looks like we almost recovered that entire thing, if not recovered the whole thing, right? Because we initially had on that Friday, right here. This is the delivery numbers. Delivery numbers came in. We dumped, we pumped, dumped, chop, based out, continued to push. So prior to the delivery numbers, we were trading about 450. Okay, we're 460. Sorry, 460. We dropped all the way into 424. So that's about if we just round that 424 down from 460 to 420, that's a $40 drop. Okay, around a $40 drop, $36 drop. And then now we climbed our way back to the upside, right, bouncing off that right shoulder, bouncing off the break of that high. And now we're at 450. So see if we can hold above 450. If you like the hold setup, maybe that 450 hold, come back into a retest for potential push into a higher high. And respecting this channel. All right. So what you're trying to capture in this case is that push from here to here. All right. So you're utilizing the fuel off of the support. Basically, you're saying is, hey, you know what? There's enough buyers off of the support to propel us above 450. And now we're above 450. See if we get some sort of pushback off that PMH back into 450. Or even say, you know what? I want us to have fuel out 450 to break above PMH and break this resistance here. Right, but it's all in pursuit. If you're going long, it's all in pursuit of the top of this channel. Right? So 450 would critical on Tesla. Already bounced off that support. So the question is, do we have enough fuel off that 450? Okay. The orb. SPY is broken. 451.71, 15-minute orb. If it makes it there, yeah, that's possible as well. Right, but overall, Tesla's bullish. Tesla's looking very bullish. As far as intraday 4-hour, we can clearly see, so multiple times, multiple buy blocks. So we get into lows, engulf, get into lows, engulf, get into lows, engulf, get into lows, engulf, back to back. This is very rare as well, back to back engulfers. Okay, so that's my thoughts on TSLA. Look at SPY not doing much. Okay, rebate. SPY is doing the rebate program. All the money you made, they're taking it back here. Not doing much. All right, so if you're done, put done in the chat. If you're not done, type what setup you're looking to trade. Okay. What are you looking to trade for your next trade? Is it a certain level, certain setup, certain test, certain break? Let us know in the chat. All right, we took 2 trades already. Both trades worked in our favor. So there's no pressure on us to take more trades. No pressure on you to take more trades if you're green. You did your job. So again, to this point, 2 days down. 3 more to go. If you end your day now, 2 days green. Okay? It should be 2 days green, so don't give back those profits. And then we have PPI tomorrow. Of course, on Wednesday. We have the president speaking later on today. If you do use full size on Tuesday, after back-to-back green, best practice is to significantly size down or end the day. Those are the 2 options. You already did the heavy lifting. You have more to lose than to gain at this point. SPY looks broken. Yeah, refund with interest. If you're patient, we'll get it back, absolutely. Especially if you're focusing on one ticker, right? You'll get it back. If you're trying to get whatever the market owes you in one piece, you're probably going to lose more, right? But if you have that consistent approach, stacking the wins day by day, getting better, refining your process, you'll recover. Right, so now our ATR is starting to push back the downside. You see, so that's the trap. The trap is from pre-market. They get everyone overly bullish. They dump, right? So now the ones who are left are the ones who are bullish, who are the ones who had risk management in place. But the ones who don't have risk management in place, right, they're no longer with us. And that's the honest truth. Okay, the ones who had risk management in place, they came into the market overly bullish. It's just another day, got stopped out. You were wrong. If you refused, there's a good chance, right, some accounts have been blown. So now what do they do after that? They show us this big move to the downside. So traders see this, miss it, expect the same kind of gain, 200, 300% type of movement in this area, over trade, over leverage, either get stopped out or make mistakes in this area. So now it's not the same. What happened here is not the same as what's happening here. We're currently going through an accumulation consolidation phase after that initial first leg. Okay. Missed my break at the IWM orb low. These work phone calls are so disrespectful. All right, so if you're green up until now, we'll do the poll in the chat at 11:30. We'll do the check-in. We'll go over how to join our community, some of the cool things we got going on with our community on YouTube. And then we'll look to go into a third shift, okay? I'm working on patience, taking my time. A great way to do that is to have one day a week where you don't trade and you'll show up. So we still have to do that. One day we're going to have to show up. It's going to be a random day, right? It's going to be a random day, and I'm going to say, okay, we're no trades. Just to get a check on on how itchy our trigger finger is. All right, so we need to be able to control ourselves and be patient. Even if you see your setup, don't take it. Maybe one day a quarter, all right, just a surprise day. But we just say, hey, you know what? All right, today, no trades. Just to see where we are. You'll be surprised. It's harder than you think it is. It's very hard to do. It's not as easy as I'm not going to trade. It's very hard to do. Especially if you love it. You guys know I love the technicals. I love everything about trading, and I accept both sides that come with it. Right? I signed up for it, but it's hard. It's hard to do. Right? It's very hard to just to sit on the sidelines and not click buttons. All right. But sometimes it's good to reinforce the importance of self-control. Okay, comment in the chat. I'm still holding put. How's your position looking, Saeed? Side. I'll just say low. Okay, low. Hello. How's your position looking? Are you green? Are you red? If you got the puts here, you're green. If you got the puts here, you're red. It just depends, right? It depends on where you entered. This Friday is a good one. Friday's always a good one. Ramp down Friday, right? Ramp down Friday. I'm gonna hold you to it, Jin. All right. So no trade on Friday. We'll give you a friendly reminder on Friday. I'm not doing much here. Not doing much. Continue to climb on the 5. Smash the like button on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. 9 minutes away from the conclusion of the shift. So 1 trade per shift has been the recipe, very similar to yesterday. Yesterday, same thing, just 2 trades. Right, first shift, second shift, 2 trades. And today, same kind of recipe, 2 as well. Two for 2. Okay, no real separation. This is market rebate hour, okay? Rebate hour, meaning you give back to market what you made. Okay, not much going on. All right, see? All right, we're still making those highs, right? We're still following the structure. All right, so this is a great time to do price study without clicking buttons. That's going to be where you get the confidence from. I'm in red now. Should I wait? I can't tell you what to do, my friend. Just follow your risk management protocols. If it's beyond your risk threshold, do what you usually do. If it's within your risk, if the idea is still valid, you can continue to hold it. But that's completely up to you. Okay, if you're just jumping on the stream, make sure to like the video, make sure to subscribe. We are now 6 minutes away from 11:30, where the bottom of the candle hours start to form. So new 30s, new hourly candles, new 4 hour, new 15, new 30, new 5, and of course we get a new one every minute. Okay, see if that support holds. If that doesn't hold, a break back below 693.36 with a close can start to show that we're starting to give back. This upward compression is leading to a breakdown, similar to what we saw yesterday, but the opposite. Right? Yesterday was the opposite way. We saw a nice pump, right? Accumulation for an hour, push up. Same thing, nice dump, accumulation for an hour, push down. The difference in these 2 days is the ATR, and the difference in these 2 days is the volatility. So these candles are different from these ones because this is what that looks like in a low volatility environment. This is what it looks like in a high volatility environment. All right, so but same kind of structural thing potentially taking place. Question is, does this take us all the way back to square one, weekly open? Maybe you should be green now, low on YouTube. Possibly. If your entry's in that PML territory. So the only levels, the only areas I'm looking to make those buy-sell decisions is these areas. Here, 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 there. Anything in between, I want to stay away from. Right? Those are what the levels are for. Those are what the levels are for. Essential to take time. You have to train your ego. Wow. You saw that drop? There you go. Structural drop, breakdown. Right? So that flag, that 15-minute flag is starting to work. Not 15-minute. That the second shift flag starting to work. It's very similar. But look how quickly it's getting bought back up. There's a massive sell order. And then boom, getting bought back up. It's hard to get filled. Let's see if that actually closes down here. Okay, let's see if it actually closes down there. That wick, that wick is larger than our 5-minute ATR. Wow. Oh, they're not playing games today, guys. They are not playing games today. If you have the wrong entry, don't lock in profit quickly. Don't get stopped out where you need to. All right, it can be a tough day. One day at a time, 100%. Just like that. So they grab these lows. They grab these lows. VIX even spiked here as well. VIX spiked all the way to 16. VIX spiked into 16 and recoiled all the way back to 1568. All right, this is the manipulation party now. Manipulation party. So if you were in those puts, maybe you had a chance to take profit quickly. If not, market says thank you very much. It goes back the other way. Okay, and those contracts are losing value quickly. Okay. See if that leads us slide to the back down to the slide back down to the downside as we bounce to retest that level. And we're officially in third shift. Second shift took the puts, double-digit gains, stopped that on runner. First shift did the same as well, so back-to-back double-digit gains. And now we're in third shift. So third shift, we did see a nice little break below this this consolidation here as we climbed after making that drop back down, back to the downside off the open. And the question now becomes: have we put in the lows of the day? If we do come grab these lows, things get interesting. There can be an opportunity there, and then push back to the upside. But this could be the lows of the day, which we shall see. But this candle threw a wrench into the equation. Grab these lows, pumped, and now do we have enough fuel to continue to respect this resistance up here? Do we have enough fuel? Trading futures ES. Okay, trading futures ES. Do they buy options or the actual price, just like stocks? Usually when I trade ES, I buy at the money options. Come to know people buy the actual price, which is ES. ES moves $50 a point. So do you buy ES for 7K for profit, or 2, or price is 7K? What is paid? Just trying to understand when to buy, when not. We're just trying to understand when not buying options in ES. So ES and NQ, they're the futures. Of course, you have the minis and you have the micros. The minis are the full contract. The micros are 1/10 of the actual contract, and it kind of moves similar to SPY. Unlike SPY, when we're trading SPY, we're using options, right? We know there's a lot of things impacting the options contracts. With ES, when you are trading ES or NQ, right, you're going to be paying commission. The commission can be slightly different broker to broker, but you're going to be trading basically what you see on the chart, right? You're going to be trading basically what you see on the chart, right? If there is an increase in volatility, what you will see is slippage. So slippage is, say you put your order in. Say, for instance, if I put my order in to buy, to go along on ES here, for instance, if there's a lot of volatility, it might get filled right there, right? So those are the things you can focus on if I'm answering your question correctly, if it's a question or if it's a statement. But slightly a little different than options. Slightly different than options. You don't have those variables impacting, because the futures contracts, you have new contracts every month, right? But they don't get impacted by there's no time impact, very similar to options. They don't have Greeks, right? But there are factors that do impact the contracts. There are factors that do impact your trade, commission, of course, but based on the broker you use. There's a great indicator that Hero shared with us a few weeks ago. He shared a great indicator. I've used an indicator similar to that before, but that's a great one that he brought up. One that gives you the price at ES. What was it called? Hero. I think it's ES, SPY, ES. Price converter. I think it's a price converter here. Price converter. Yeah. Okay. So here. So we just close everything for a second here. So here is the SPY. This is the price converter. So what this does is, if you're trading ES, right, it lays SPY's price along with SPX's price along with ES's price on the chart. So it translates the levels onto the chart. Yeah, I already have it here. I already have it. It is the same one. So you can do boom, boom, boom. Take off SPY. We're already on SPY, and then we can do SPX black, ES black. Okay, so now we know. So right now we know SPY is approaching that SPX 6970. That 6970 is very similar to that 7,710 on ES, right? And that translates to this particular level on SPY at the current moment, right? So if you want to trade all of them to get that idea, there's a great tool that converts the price. Right, so if I want to keep that for SPX, I'll just turn off ES and just keep SPX. So I know as SPY is approaching this level, SPX 6970 is right there. Right, so SPX 6970 is right there. Let me put back on ES on the converter and make this dim so the lines are not there. Okay, so now we know pre-market low. It's right there. Can we get above it or go double top? Will be interesting. We have second shift highs up there as well. So it's officially third shift. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Before we move forward, let's go take a look at some of the offers we have for you guys on YouTube to level up your trading. If you are ready to level up your trading, go to smartactiontraining.com. Smartactiontraining.com. That's the official site to join our community, to take courses, coaching call, ebook, and everything. The fastest way to join our community, of course, is to go to this link, click this link, smartactiontraining.com, and take advantage of the membership. Take advantage of the trial membership. So this is a live trading mentorship, live training mentorship program that we have together with the community. Okay, you have daily live trading with screen share, pre-market prep, 3 to 5 hours of trading, high win rate trade ideas and alerts. Both the ideas today worked out beautifully. Swing trade ideas, automated technicals. You get access to a 5-hour options trading and technical analysis course. You get access to the Shockwave 15 strategy course. If you trade the orb, 5-minute orb, 15-minute orb, or you're looking for a strategy that takes less than an hour to implement, I have a 10-part series, 9 videos to really illustrate to you one of the simplest strategies that we do have for you to implement and use to capitalize off some of the opportunities intraday. So this is the best way to join our community. Monthly, give it a trial, right? Use the code trial30. There's about 9 spots left. That's the enrollment for January. If you're interested in leveling up your trading, we do go live there every single morning at 9 a.m. At 9 a.m., we have a pre-market prep stream. We go over everything, answer questions, Q&A, chart request. I talk about my levels, zones, game plan. Everything's provided there. And once we go live on YouTube, there is a delay. There's ads you need to deal with. But the folks on our paid tier, there's no ads they need to deal with, and there's no delays because you need to get this information without any delay. It needs to be delay-free information. If you're looking to level up for the year, one payment, $399, access to the boot camp, access to coaching call, and access to 12 months of SPY Strikers community. Look to level up, and you're locked in for the entirety of 2026, going into 2027. So for the whole year, you have access to it. Boot camp, we're going to run this one more time. Boot camp live, going to start day trading boot camp. It's going to be on January 31st. I need to update the poster. January 31st will be the boot camp, and in February we'll do the advanced boot camp. So this boot camp is going to be available. If you sign up for it, you can take advantage of it now. Take advantage. All the alumni, if you want to attend again, if you paid, you have the chance to attend again. January 31st, 11 a.m. Eastern. All right, we finished the boot camp on Saturday. I'm working on getting the video uploaded. Everything will be available to you guys who did take the last class. That'll be available. If you want to purchase the recording, go self-pace. That's also available to you as well. If you're looking to book a coaching call one-on-one, there's 3 ways to do it. One-on-one session, 3-pack, 5-pack, all available to you. And of course, the ebook, you can get the ebook as well, which goes over everything you need to know on how I draw my levels, how to draw liquidity zones, buy blocks, and I share a 10-minute A-plus options trading strategy. You can apply it to options, futures, and Forex. You can grab this book. So this is the fundamentals of the backbone of what I use to make my trades. So that's all given to you in this book. But if you're in the community, you have access to the book right away. So you have access to it once you do join. All right. So again, consider joining if you're looking to level up. Also, merch is available. Okay, we have our 3 pieces of merch so far. We're going to get more. We have our SAT Power Up mug. We have our shirt as well. Our shirt, our SAT Mantra shirt. We'll get more shirts to you here for a good time, not a long time. All right, so really nice t-shirt. And as well, we have the Make Trading Great Again hats. All right, Make Trading Great Again hats. All right, so that's our goal. All right, to take that stigma away from trading, to lead with education, to make trading great again. Trading is a great opportunity for you to capitalize off the market. You can build a business around it, but there's a lot of things you need to do to get to that point. And education is the first thing. Education, community, constant improvement. That's what you need to do. We have those hats available as well, so make sure to grab your gear so you can look good, feel good, and trade good. Okay, so join the community, sign up for the course, book a coaching call, get an ebook, rock the merch, whatever it is to get yourself involved, to capitalize off the opportunities. Everything is there for you. All right, smartactiontrade.com is the only place you can access all those things. All right, I'll never send you a message on Discord telling you to send money or do all these different things. That's all scammers trying to take advantage of you, so don't fall for it. Okay, smartactiontrade.com. Few spots left on the trial. Okay, make sure to sign up and take advantage. If you have any questions on YouTube, let me know. Folks on YouTube, let's take a look at the chat. That wick tapped into the 1 minute fair value gap market. Market right now is being held up by Google. Target is still 700 by Friday. I can still see that. We're just one gap up away. We're just one gap up. A strong day and a gap up away, I would say. As long as the price stays above the December highs, this is on its way to 700. I can see that as well. Lose the December highs, then we start to descend. 693 looking like support, and now according to the options volume, options resistance 696, 697 according to options volume. Bought at SPY calls today at 30 cents. Okay, good grab for those contracts. Good. So we'll do our end of the stream poll. Let me know how you guys did. And the stream poll. Daily performance, simple, green, yellow, red. Okay, nice little reclaim there, red. So if you're done for the day, answer the poll. If you're still trading, patience will be required. Patience will be your secret weapon. All right, patience will be your secret weapon. Patience will be your secret weapon. How are we doing on YouTube? So 53% of the chat, we start off at 80% was bullish. Now it's split between bullish, 53% bullish, 47% bearish. If we get 50 likes before 1 o'clock, we will do the giveaway. We'll do the giveaway for the boot camp at 1 o'clock. So make sure to get us to 50 likes. We're a couple of few likes away from 50. We're at 30 right now. All right, so 1 o'clock is the cutoff. If you do join and use the trial to join the Discord during the stream, let me know. All right, and I'll get you access as soon as possible. Follow the instructions provided in Gumroad. That should lead you to the Discord. If you do have any technical issues, let me know in the chat. Okay, so far so good. Good. So I want you to see what took place here. How sneaky that grab was. Very, very subtle, very, very sneaky. In real time, it looked like we were going to completely collapse. We sweep those lows, and after sweeping those lows, we push. After sweeping those lows, we push. Okay, let's take a look at some of our team's performance today. Team did really well as well today. Okay, let's take a look at some of the folks. Most of our team, they work full time. So keep in mind, they work full time. They make the time to capitalize. 987, 1K on the day, 1K day. Good stop loss, minus 30, 23%. Gonna reload, 17% calls there. Okay, 10%, 15%, 11% total. Good, good, good. This is a matter of minutes. Okay. So our 40% puts. Good job, guys. Good, good, good. Oh, yesterday's performance was amazing. Yesterday, right, all the folks that voted in our team, right, 100%. Right, that reflects the people who do vote. So 100%. We're doing this. Trading is an individual sport, but we're approaching it. We're applying teamwork. I know we got to trade individually, but with the resources and with the collective sharing of ideas, we really support each other and push each other forward. All right, so you definitely want to be on our team. You want to be on our team. If you have any chart requests, let me know. We'll go over chart requests to our halftime check at 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock, and then we'll head into the giveaway. Things should be very interesting. We have Trump speaking at 2 p.m. He'll be speaking at 2 p.m., so let's see what does take place there. Anyone looking to trade at after 2 p.m.? What's the over-under that he starts speaking at 2 p.m. or is he going to be late? Okay. 2 p.m. or is he going to be late? $2 p.m. or is he going to be late? Here we go. So now, did we officially reclaim PMH? Yeah, we're starting to reclaim it. Right, took some time, but did reclaim it. Right, so you just have to let it break down, and then when the reclaim appears, get activated. That's for sure. He'll be late. SPY approaching last week's highs. See if we break through the resistance. Yep, I can see that as well. 695.30. We have that 695 psychological level we need to address as well. So the resistance is relatively following this channel, right? You can see anytime we come into that territory, we hit some level of exhaustion. Some level of exhaustion there. I do have SPY puts for 2027 and June 2026. All swing plays, good, good, good. Just protection. Makes sense. All right, we tend to make an all-time high a couple days later, have some sort of push it to the downside. That's a good thinking. So today, CPI was the primary catalyst today. So let's start a new poll. Poll for this afternoon is: how many trades did you take so far? So we got 0, 1 to 5, 6 to 10, 11 plus. Let's get a feel for the chat. So how many trades did you take today so far? So far took 2, both worked in our favor. Okay, put in the chat, how many trades have you taken so far? How many trades have you taken so far? Buying puts In a bull market, it's great when you can buy the dip. Okay, we got 3, we got 15. Again, we're going to have a variety of different answers, right? It just depends on what kind of trade we're looking for. And it's always good to write it down, right? And if each of the next layer to that question is, out of the quantity of trades you've taken, how many of them, okay, you can answer it, you can keep it to yourself, something to do the mental exercise. How many of them aligned with the setups you usually trade? How many of the trades out of the quantity you took, feel free to put in the chat, or you can just do the mental exercise, right? It's completely voluntary, aligned with the things you look for. So 1 trade on YouTube, we got 1. Right, so for me, took 2 trades. Both those trades are the things we look for every day. All right. So far on YouTube, 100% of the votes is 1 to 5. 3, okay. Headed for a while. Appreciate your knowledge and community. Also appreciates the team concept. Agree on the day. Beautiful job, Alan. Tremendous job. So these are the things we want to always keep in the back of our mind, right? So every trade we take, we're going to have to let those trades be things we have a system-based trade, right? At first, in the beginning, we're taking trades all over the place. And then over time, we start to refine. Okay, now, are the trades I'm taking in line with a plan? And then when you are doing that, you take it to the next step. Okay, the only trades I'm taking align with a plan. And now with the trades that I'm taking that align with the plan, are they part of my high probability setups? And then eventually you get to the point where you're only trading 3 to 5 setups, maybe in the beginning 1 or 2, and you're only trading during that when you see that thing occur. Everything else does not pertain to you, right? It's like the market calls someone's name every minute. It calls someone's name every minute. When you have those setups, when you see your setups, that's when it's calling your name. If you don't see your setups, it's not calling your name. It's calling someone else's name. All right, so you can't show up when your name hasn't been called because the market is not going to know who you are. All right, so same thing. So we of course, we start off broad in the beginning. We take trades kind of discretionary. Especially if you're a beginner, there's no real system to it. But eventually take it one step further and say, I can only trade based on this system that I'm using. And then take it a little step further. And before you know it, you'll only be taking anywhere from 3 to 5 trades. Okay, you'll only be taking anywhere from 3 to 5 trades. Okay, that's what you're gonna be. You're gonna be existing in that area. If you're trading all day, if your window's all day, more than likely you're gonna trade more. But if you're looking to trade an hour, all right, like we always preach, an hour, 2 hours max, right? 2 hours max. It should be 3 to 5 opportunities. We know within one shift there's gonna be at least, okay, we know at least one opportunity will be there. But usually 3 to 5 opportunities. Usually 3 to 5 opportunities, 3 to 5 quality opportunities within 2 hours. Right. So now it's a matter of using your technical ability, having those filtration mechanisms in place, allocating, defining the risk before allocating the risk, and then pulling the trigger and letting the probabilities play out. Right. So that's how we try to go from a broad, taking trades everywhere, and start narrowing it down. We have folks in here who only trade once. One trade, one setup, 5-minute orb. Okay. One trade, one setup, 5-minute orb. Okay. So we do have that as well. And we have traders who trade 15, 20 times as well. Right? So you have to define and define your edge. 2 green and my last trade out, 28% call, done for the day. Just on time. Beautiful job, Elion. So to me, it's just been base hits today. I don't mind. I'll take it. So we got one in the chat. A bull market on trillions of stimulus printed money. Safeguard yourself when everyone is euphoric. Time to safeguard. With VIX at under 16, put options are cheap. You don't want to buy puts when VIX goes over 30. Dark pool trade. Dark pool trades going through all the all-time highs. Okay, noted, absolutely. We are at last week's highs. See if we can break above. Yeah, we're getting close to last week's highs. See if we can break above. So again, all the time frames, guys, we are directional at all the time frames, where as bullish as can be. All right, so bullish as can be on the higher time frames. And the market continues. I did drop a video on Saturday or Sunday. Okay, go check out that video. I'm trying to do those videos every week. Right, and the video is recorded on Friday. If you notice, it's recorded on Friday and clipped out and posted on Sunday. All right, so everything was laid out in that video. Try to keep that video as short as possible, straight to the point. Okay, so now we're above that 695 psychological level. Now look at this, guys. Now look at this. Now look at this. Now look at that giant wick. It's only going to make sense when you look back. You can only connect the dots when looking back. You can never connect the dots looking forward. All right. Unless you have, train your eyes to have the foresight to have hindsight. That's what I like to call it, okay? So this was manipulation right here. Right, so we're still following this, but this kind of just trapped all the sellers here and then just dragged them. You notice once we grabbed these lows, that's when we started to really pop. Before that, there was very minimal action. Chop, 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 chop. We drop, grab, pop. Okay, and now we continue to push. Just remember, when the dump happens, they will happen at $10 increments. Happened last year. Will happen this year, but dips on the stock market, bargains priced like dip on stocks at bargains, at a bargain, priced like PayPal. Yeah. So if the market does collapse, fall off a cliff, if there's no catalyst, we're gonna get pullbacks and healthy corrections. If there is a catalyst, okay, we can get a flash crash. Okay, flash crash. So the only time we did see the market stay in bear market territory, was 22. Right, but what we do see is flash crashes. Flash crashes intraday have different percentage points. April, tariffs. COVID was a flash crash as well. Right, flash crash as well. Down more than 30%. End of the year, we're green. April, down 25%. Back like nothing happened 2 months later, a month later. Right. The market is rigged to go up. That's the reality. Too much things are tied to the market. Too many important people will lose money. And there are people, guys, who play this game and they don't lose. All right, the folks who play this game are the folks who don't lose. All right, so everything is tied to the market. All right, so can we get a 20% pullback? Probably fueled by a catalyst. Right, I laid that out in last episode of 2025. Go check that out. Right, as soon as 26 opened up, we got a geopolitical catalyst. All right, Venezuela extraction, market Didn't miss a beat. Okay? Didn't miss a beat. So the geopolitical catalyst has to be something of seismic proportions. Right? What the market is really sensitive to is trade policy. Now it's getting less sensitive to it, but trade policy, things regarding trade. I can see that pre-market low. Yep, that's one. Close. Clear uptrend. Continue to push the upside. Qs are starting to recover. Or they have recovered. SPY on the 5 is back at this key zone. Between 695 and 695.30, that's that next. So if we want to take those out, that push into ATH. Okay, this is the last push. Above 695.30 to 696.09. All right, so above that weekly upside breaker, but we are encountering this zone here, key zone. See if that leads us all the way back into 694, 694.26-ish. If it does take place, it can possibly take advantage of that. But if you're green, no pressure. No pressure. Bitcoin is showing some consumers are buying. Absolutely. So buying the SPY dips is absolutely a great thing, especially 20%. 100% of my trade, AMC, GameStop AMC, Diamond Head until Trump says good afternoon. Yes, SPY at 20% discount. That's a beautiful leap opportunity, because if you, I like to put it like this. That's a great area to lose. So some trades you have to say, hey, you know what? If I'm gonna lose, where is it worth me losing? So you have to put on leaps. All right, and you had to lose a trade. What would be a percentage pullback on SPY that's worthy of a loss? Right? Areas where you're comfortable losing because the upside is worth the risk. So SPY is down 20-25%. To me, if I activate leaps, that's the area I'm okay with losing the leaps. Because if I'm right, I'm very right. And I have a lot of time on those contracts. If I'm wrong, if it dips another 5%, 15%, 10%, or it goes beyond my risk threshold for that particular idea, right? That's a great area to lose. That's a good loss. Right? So when you're looking at those dip opportunities, look at them from that lens. Do I see a 20% pullback on SPY this year? No. I don't see it. Anything is possible. I can't tell the future. But I don't think we get a 20 to 25% correction. I would even be surprised if we get a 15% correction. I think we're going to outperform last year. I remember my end of year target on SPY for the in Q3. If you guys remember what it was? Right. 670, and 670 looked astronomical at that time. Didn't make any sense. Okay, SPY, there's a chance SPY can be in the 730, 740s. And by the end of Q3. All right, but you have to understand from my lens, I'm higher time frame, I mean bigger picture, I'm a bull. All right, so of course I'm going to have a bullish bias. Right, long term I'm not a bear. Especially on spot. Maybe some other names could be different, but long term, not bearish. In 2030, okay, 694.50 for me. If the market is so great, why are the insiders selling more shares than ever in history? As an everyday person, think of it like this, guys. As an everyday person, what other game can you play to get a return on your capital over a 5-year span? I know things happen behind the scenes, insider selling, insider doing this, but if you buy good companies and you hold for 5, 10, 15 years, and you can care less what the market does minute to minute, day to day, right? You're going to come out a winner. If you leave that cash on the sideline, it's going to deteriorate. Right? Your buying power continuously declines year over year. Right? The buying power continues to decline. So if you want to keep the buying power as closely aligned to the cost of living, as closely aligned to the current times, you have to tie yourself to something at least beating inflation consistently over a long period of time and providing some upside growth. Right, there is no other. What is the alternative? Right, what is the alternative? There is no other alternative for an everyday person. There is no alternative. Right, you can use a shoebox, keep your money in a shoebox. You can use, but it's gonna lose value. Doesn't matter how much you can't save your way out of this one. Right, inflation is coming for every part of your dollar. Every part of your dollar. 2032 will be a time to buy the dump. I'll be there for it, God willing. If it dumps, I'll be there. Right? If especially if QQQ dumps 20-30%. All right? TQQ calls, leaps. Okay, that will get you to your destination fairly quickly. So those dump opportunities, they don't come every day. They're not going to happen every day. They're not going to happen every month. Right? 1 to 3 years. Every 1 to 3 years, you get those dumps. Right? So if you missed the last one, you just have to wait until the next one. I'm an ex-banker who has worked in all major banks for over 15 years. I'm not your retail trader, but all means do your research. Absolutely. Buy Baba, buy China. We are in a stagflation. I saw a video earlier about this week. Someone sent it to me. You guys probably saw it circling around in China. How China is actually potentially fabricating their population. Anyone seen that video? All right. Of course, you have to do a little more research, more fact checking. But from a mathematical standpoint, how they went from 500 million people in the 1950s to over 1 billion people when the one-child policy was put in place. So mathematically, it doesn't make sense. The issue with China is, right, we saw it, if you guys remember Luckin Coffee. I remember anyone tried that. We saw it with a lot of companies. They start to, I know a lot of companies are cooking the books. Of course, we know that, but they just overcook the books. Right. to some extent, every company, there's a little couple accounting things you can do, but China is not, in my opinion, just my opinion, right? Not to be trusted, right? Just my opinion, not to be trusted. It's hard for me to put a large sum. I did have holdings in Alibaba a while back, right? But I'm out of there. But again, we saw what happened to Jack Ma. He disappeared. Do you guys remember that? Right? He made a couple of comments about the government and he disappeared. Right? Hiatus. Wherever he went. No one knows where he went. So it's tough. But do your research. I'll bet on the mega caps. I'll bet on the mega caps. I'll bet on the S&P, QQQ. I'll stick with that. I'll stick with the mega caps. Nice rejection off that key zone. See if we continue to push the downside. Kind of at that resistance area. That sends us all the way back to PML. That'd be interesting. PML would be right here. VWAP is right under us as well. VWAP is right under us at 694.33. 694.33. Anyone in the chat trade Lunkin coffee? You guys remember that? Lunkin or Lunkin? A while back. He was in China's basement. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, CEO of a company just disappears. Like, that's inside that 15-minute orb range. No trades for me today. We'll call it a day. Don't want to place trades at this hour of the day. Great call. One trade for me so far. IWM flirting with the VWAP on the 5. All right, so if I'm going to go down, okay, if I had to lose, if it was a losing bet, and I had to let the chips fall where they may, I'll go down with the mega caps. I'll go down with the American companies. S&P 500, QQQ. All right. So if I had to, that's what I'll go down with. If everything's going to go down, I'll go down with them. All right. I would not be going down with anything else. Not with Bitcoin. Not with international. All right. That's what I'll go down with. This is my personal opinion. If there is an event that does take everything to the downside, now tell me what can we really do? $12.13. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe. If you're just joining us, we did take 2 trades today for a couple of base hits. We are seeing some rejection of this territory up here, this key zone. We did grab these highs. See if we can get 12.30, then grab those highs. If we can't work our way out of this sell block here, we can potentially start to slide. If we can't reclaim it, interesting here on the 5. IW is starting to pump there. IW is waking up. Q is pushing to the downside. Dow pushing to the upside. 71% of the chat. 1 to 5 trades. 29% no trades. So today's been a less than 5 trade type of day as far as the chat is concerned. Let's check it on the like so we can do the giveaway. Giveaway at 50 likes. We have 45 minutes to get 50 likes. We'll do the giveaway. 16 likes away. We can do it. We had more than 200 people stop by. We got 37 people on the check-in. Make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you like the video. If you're a first-time viewer, we're live trading SPY. A minute-to-minute coverage. We did come back into this zone once again. That is a 15-minute orb, along with that 695. See, create separation to the downside. Off of it, that 5-minute, of course, unless we reclaim this big red box, more than likely we want to start working our way slowly but surely towards possible push into PML. Okay, back-to-back sell blocks there. So again, the three most important levels. All right, if you recall earlier, 1, 2, 3. Three most important levels. Everything in between is just a pursuit of those levels. Everything in between is just a pursuit. Put it in the chat. If you had to bet on one company, if everything was going down and you had to bet on one company or one ETF, okay, which company or ETF would you bet on? Wow, nice drop there. That was a nice setup. Anyone in puts? If you are, great job. I'm done for the day. Taking my 25% profit ball and going home. Beautiful. SPY. I'm on SPY as well. SPY. See if you get a response off PML. This was a nice dump. Right, we saw that sell block off of that key zone, come back into a retrace, and then completely collapse. Now it's at that first target. So do we get a response off of PML? A candle as bearish as can be. Wow. What a push. Let's tune into CNBC here real quick. Let me go refill. We'll go with beverage of choice today will be chai tea. And we'll be right back, all right? We'll be right back.
Microsoft, Joe, was upgraded today to a buy at Compass Point. Price target $735. That's on MA. Their top pick is Visa. The target goes to $436. So it was at $390. So they're still below where the stock is right now. You own MasterCard. Rick Reeder, in some of the commentary that he made to me yesterday, he's been a buyer of some of these names. He said it straight up yesterday on this set that he thought some of the move in the credit card names was overdone. Now, that was pre-knowing that the president and Elizabeth Warren had spoken. Whether that matters or not, I don't know. Yeah, what I do know is the stocks are down sharply again today.
They are, and I'm going to agree with Rick and Josh's remarks here. I think what you don't want to do here, there's a January 20th deadline, a deadline which, if we see the right conversations happening, we could extend the deadline. I think everyone agrees this issue needs to be addressed.
I mean, there's no deadline because there's nothing that would enforce anything at some deadline.
The president has put out their January 20th at a date.
There's no law that mandates that they have to do it by January 20th, no matter what.
Absolutely correct.
What is said?
I see that to you. You're absolutely correct. But if before January 20th, we could have a conversation about what is a situation that needs to change, whether it's the educational capacity of understanding if you're a consumer, these are the behaviors that you need to have so you're not paying 20, 25, 30%. I think the deadline can ultimately be extended. And I think what I don't want to see for investors who have maintained position in a lot of these stocks for a very long period of time. I just look, Capital One is up 100% over the last 5 years, up 30% over the last 52 weeks. Synchrony Financial, that's been a good one too. So to Josh's point, if you react here and give up something that has been a winning trade for such an extended period of time because it's built on earnings growth, I think that's the wrong type of behavior.
Okay. Moving to tech, but not the mega caps, because I thought that Reeder made an interesting statement yesterday where he called out memory names. Now, You know the move that we've seen in the chips. We'll show you what chip stocks have done. The SMH is up almost 37% over 6 months. Look at Micron, for example. Look at that chart over the same time frame, okay? That stock has gone crazy, all right? Look at that. It's up 173% in just 6 months. Reader, in saying that some of these stocks looked a little ridiculous now, was obviously talking about something like this. Because I mentioned that name specifically, to which he agreed. The price target goes to 400 today from 300. There's a lot of momentum behind this name. The trend is what it is. The chart tells a pretty good story. You own this name. Does what Reader said make you at all think twice about taking a little bit off the table, thinking that some names within this universe, especially in the memory space, have gone too crazy?
So the question really is, for me, if I had discretion, would I trim some here? Answer would be yes. If I had discretion, would I, and I didn't own it, would I buy it here? The answer would be no. I don't have discretion. We're rules-based. This is the purest representation of momentum that you're going to find in technology over the last 3 months. And it's a stock that was kind of late to the AI trade. The stock is extremely extended. It's nearly 20% above its 50-day moving average. So it is certainly vulnerable to a price correction. I will acknowledge that. We understand the fundamentals. At this point, if you don't know you have tight supply and really strong pricing, you're obviously living somewhere where you're not paying attention to any of the headlines.
The other comment he made, Jim, that was interesting, he called software this year, quote unquote, tricky.
It is tricky.
I said, if it's tricky this year, what was it last year?
I mean,
last year was really bad. If you look at the IGV versus the SMH,
yeah.
Over the last 6 months, if you want to do that or whatever tells the story best, you will see exactly what I'm talking about.
It's been tricky. There have been spots, and I know you've mentioned this, Scott, things like Snowflake that has worked, but the bulk of it has been in the AI crosshairs as far as an industry that may potentially get disintermediated, and it's gone from mega cap. I mean, Microsoft's been kind of dull, to say the least, for quite some time, to the smaller companies like Adobe, which I own. I'll come out and tell you what I believe, which is that I think the fears of AI disintermediating software are overblown. I don't, and I remember, we've heard comments from others that 90% of software is going to be disintermediated. That seems a little bit too much for me.
Brad Gerstner made the comment
That's right, who said
he said 90% of the software stocks that are down a lot deserve to be down.
Yeah, that's what he said. Thank you very much. Now, look, I'm tired of getting to defend Adobe, but I'm going to do it again because this is a stock that to date, in the fourth year of the AI revolution, has not been disintermediated. The actual operational and financial results have been terrific, but the stock has sucked.
Okay.
Sucked.
Okay, hold on. I think that overstates it a little bit. You talk about terrific. I'm going to read you from the Oppenheimer note today.
Yep.
From the downgrade of Adobe, okay? In our view, Adobe has good medium-term opportunities and is a cheap stock. All right, they'll give you that.
Yeah.
However, they say, a challenging operating environment during the AI technology transition, leading to uninspiring and decelerating top-line growth, inconsistent execution with product cycles, durability concerns about their moat, lackluster investor interest for owning software names, and down year-over-year operating margin guidance in fiscal year 26 will likely weigh negatively on the sentiment. This doesn't sound like, oh, hey, everything's great. The market's just overdoing it on this name.
Well, what they've laid out there is exactly the arguments over the last now in a fourth year of doing this, that's all coming. That the growth rate is going to slow down and that the margins have gone down a little bit. I will admit that. However, this is a stock that is still projected to see 12% earnings per share growth over the last 3 years. I mean, the top line has grown at 12%. This is not dead in the water. It's trading at 13 times earnings. And I disagree with the note because what the note is saying is what is yet to come. That there are all these hindrances yet to come. That's what the thesis has been to the bear side for the last 3 years. It just hasn't shown up.
Well, the note, what do you mean it hasn't shown up? The note matches the chart.
Yes, I'm saying operationally in terms of what has actually happened. Revenues have grown
Jim,
in the
if they
face
were
of this
knocking
threat.
if they were knocking it out of the park, I'm sorry, the chart wouldn't look that way.
Okay,
Let's be honest.
I am disagreeing with what the chart is saying. This is my prerogative as an investor. It's a prerogative of any investor. Any of us, we take positions. We look at what's happened in the stock and we say,
Okay,
I don't.
back. We're seeing that nice little bounce off that PML. Is it enough to get us back past 695? That's the main question. If you did take that bounce off PML, that was a nice push for about 80 cents and some change. Nice double-digit opportunity there. So at this point, it's either scalps, taking scalps, or sitting through a lot of chop, right? So now this is the new area where we're chopping between 695 and PML. All right, so at some point in time, we fell below PML decisively. Retrace, reject, continues to slice through it. Came back, dumped back below that daily 50% retrace, reclaimed it. Okay, after the 1, 2, 3, 4th attempt, and then the 5th attempt when we were above it, we came back and tested. We got that bounce. All right, that was a nice little bounce to back the upside. Okay. Comment in the chat, food for thought. If they are reporting to you that CPI is 2.6 without energy and food in the calculation, then if they were including CPI, then the true CPI would be 5%. If that's it. So they have two CPI reports. They have the CPI with food and energy, and they have the core. The core is without food and energy. It could be, yeah. Inflation does feel like it's more than 2%. But the case, where do they do think the rates will, in this case, where do you think the rates will eventually go? The next Fed chair, the one that does get put in, he's going to have pressure from the current administration to bring rates to 1, right? They're going to probably do a 100 basis point cut, right? If we get that, that's going to unlock a massive, massive push to the upside. Why? Because now money becomes cheaper. Now that opens up, all right? That opens up more borrowing for a lot of these growth companies. And now that opens up the entire IPO space. Why do you think SpaceX, why do you think all those companies that are on the sidelines, right, are waiting until after the Fed chair? Right? Because when the IPO market picks up, the IPO market has been gone, right? IPO market hasn't been active, right? Once the rates, we get those significant rate cuts, we go back to that easing cycle, okay, which you can argue we're kind of in now. When QE returns fully, IPO market is going to be booming. Right? It's going to really take the top off of the entire market, and we can start to really run. Right? We're already running. Right? We're already running already. So we know that the next person who gets put into the Fed seat, right, is going to have pressure on them. They're going to be selected because they're more favorable to get to do an aggressive rate cut. We just have to get used to not seeing Powell anymore at some point in time. I do enjoy the press conferences, but it's going to be hard to get used to someone else. Right? I will say that. So Powell has made a lot of money for a lot of traders if you know how to trade it correctly. We've been trading the FOMC for the last 5 meetings, I believe, 3 to 5 meetings, and it's been a lot of ATM to say the least. Go back and check those videos out. That's on the channel. The videos with a thumbnail of Powell on it is the ones you want to go back and review. All right, it's no secret. We have a strategy, very simple strategy to do it. Since it's a very volatile time, we don't need a lot of size to do it, and you can get some tremendous returns by just following the protocol. Okay, so Powell has made us a lot of money. So credit to Powell. The only person who owes me money is Lisa Su. I said it earlier. Lisa Su is the only one who owes me money. Okay, so Lisa Su, that will be addressed at some point in time. That's AMD CEO. Outside of that, good to go. Revenues are growing because companies are cutting jobs and just making more money because they are charging you more. They are not selling more products. That's inflation. Yep. Also, production, right? AI can do the job. So the revenue, even though the revenue can be the same, the profit will increase because they're paying less for labor. Therefore, the company has more money. Yeah, cost of living, inflation, those things are always going to be society's problem. Those things are not going away. So if the cost of living is going up in the U.S., it's going to be 10, 20x more expensive anywhere else. If the U.S. has 5% inflation, everywhere else is going to more than likely have the same, especially first world countries, or worse than a 5% inflation. Look at that. Just like that. You guys see that? You guys see that? Look at that. Who's seeing this? So no current positions. Might just shut it down until 2 o'clock. Did take 2 trades. Next trade, of course, will significantly size down and probably just do lottos. But some manipulative activity going on here. Based off of that rejection. Absolutely, Tujin. Keep focusing on my discipline under 5 trades and setups. Tomorrow I'll commit to 3 trades. Have a blessed day, you too. All right, just going for quality. All right, quality over quantity, right? $100%. That was again same kind of thing, right? We dump and we get bought back up. Similar footprint to here. So it looks like before they make a move, we get a nice little dump, and then it gets picked back up. So let's see if we can continue to do that, and that leads us back above 695. I mean, they can do whatever they want, but if we can't get if that dumping can lead to a push back up above 675, 695. Right, it's not that significant. Meta and BlackRock cut more jobs this morning. Yeah, the job cuts, AI, the disruption of the marketplace, that's factual, right? That is actually is going to start to accelerate the closer we get to 2030. All right, that's why I make the argument that you need to have a host of skills in your tool belt. Right. Of course, as a professional in your field, you probably invested a lot of time, a lot of educational resources, on training, on certification to get to that point. But on top of that, right, that still might not be enough going to this new era. That still might not be enough because things are changing so quickly. All right, so it might be in your best interest to add the utilization of AI into your tool belt. That might be the last thing that separates the workforce. The ones who are AI capable and the ones who are not. The ones who know how to integrate their profession with AI and the ones who don't. Right, the common saying is AI is going to replace a lot of the jobs, but most of the jobs are going to be replaced by people who know how to use AI. Right? So not AI itself, but the people. It's a hybrid, right? So instead of having 10 engineers on a team, you can have 3 engineers, okay, who are properly trained on AI, who can deploy AI agents and manage those agents on top of looking over the project as engineers. So it's not gonna be like there's no jobs left. But there's going to be very few jobs left, especially the white-collar jobs. And those jobs are going to be more than likely filled up by those who have the industry skill set along with a technical skill set and who can utilize AI, right, in the production environment. So if I was in the workforce, that's the main thing I'd be doing. Right. So I took a certification from Vanderbilt University in 2022. Right. I'm prompt engineering. 2022, 2021-ish, I don't recall, and they were offering it free on Coursera. So this has been going on for some time. It's not some new thing, right? So always making sure you're one step ahead and embracing the opportunity, right? Embracing the opportunity. And trading, that's another tool you can add to your tool belt. You can treat it like a job. Same thing. Treat it like a job. Treat it like a profession. Instead of working part-time, trade part-time. Right on top of already working. So the era is changing. The era is changing. We can't deny that. That's objectively true. Right? But we're never not changing. And that's also objectively true. So there's always something for a generation to deal with. There's always something for a generation to deal with. It's like going from horse and buggy to automobile. Same thing. Going from trains to airplanes to internet, no internet. AI, no AI. And AI has been around for a long time, guys. So it's not like it's just been used by the U.S. government. All right, they've had that for a long time, but now it can be readily used, readily available for corporations to use. But they've had it for a long time. Look up DARPA, okay? So from the time the internet became publicly available, how long did the U.S. government have the internet? They're not going to release something that they can't fully contain. It makes no sense. They're going to make sure they understand it in and out. There's a back door. And then release it to the masses. Right? Give it to the companies. Allow them to build on it. Open source it. Close it out. And call the masses. Options volume saying we should tap it to 690, 697 and face some resistance to the floor. Yeah, it's a very tough time here in third shift. All right, anything can go. We did come bounce off of here. If you caught that, good. Quick little scalp. So just scalps you can take advantage of. There's no move. Every move there's some contention. So if you're looking for that fluid move for an extended period of time without any contention, that's not on the table currently. If you're looking for scalps, there are a few scalp opportunities. You just have to know where to participate. Let's check on the likes. Let's check on the likes. 34 likes, guys. 16 likes away. Let's get it. 50 likes is the goal. We have 20 minutes left to do it. 20 minutes left. How was that the flag that you signaled, JB? 694. Yeah, that breaks. I can see it. 100%. Nothing is guaranteed in trading. You're only guaranteed an opportunity. That's it. That's the only guarantee. With trading is just an opportunity. That's the only guarantee is the opportunity. That's it. You just have a chance, and that's what most people just need. Most people just need a chance. Just need an opportunity. That's the only guarantee. Okay, we're working our way to that PML. We have the president speaking in about an hour and 20 minutes. We'll have that coverage for you here, so make sure to stay tuned till then. We can see another move take place during, before, or after statements. As far as what the statements are regarding, let me take a look. I think it's just the open-ended media address. Okay, President Trump delivers remarks to Detroit. I'm seeing a lot of things about Minneapolis. Anyone joining us from Minneapolis? All right, how's it in Minneapolis? Seeing a lot of back and forth, a lot of protest. So
city and in the same.
Okay, Trump to deliver remarks to the Detroit Economic Club. Detroit Economic Club. So we'll have that for you at 2 p.m. Eastern. 2 p.m. Eastern. We'll have that for you there. A lot of back and forth here. We're getting these candles. This is the second time we saw this candle. Very similar to what we saw earlier. As far as where we are in the 15. SPY, okay, the 15. So we are range bound. We're inside prior day's range where we met prior day's highs. We didn't break above it. And now we're getting close to being back at equilibrium. What are some gaps? Still, we have a gap down there to fill. We're starting to see some resistance forming here. Past few days. We're starting to see some support right there. So is this channel tightening or widening? So is this channel that we're seeing, put in the chat, is it getting tighter? Or is it getting tighter? Okay, or is it getting wider? Is it broadening? A or B? A being tighter, B being broadening. Is this channel getting tighter the closer we get to those highs, or is it starting to expand? Good afternoon, Starboy. How's it going? On YouTube chat. A, it's getting tighter. So what that means is, okay, when it gets tighter, it gets tighter, it gets tighter. The tighter it gets, the more that resistance is respected. Okay, eventually, when that support fails, it turns into a drop back down. Okay. All is well, brother. How are you doing? Back below PML. Back below PML. Yep, you're right, Gary. On the money. So G50, 693.36. Let's take a look at our neighbors. The Qs are selling off here. IW holding steady. The Dow back at that PML. Let's take a look at some names as well. We got DIA. So Google going back to test that PMH. Tesla, messy chart there. Broadcom, 354, 355 retest. Lilly, messy chart there. Nice rejection on Amazon. PML, 50 EMA. Meta fell off a cliff. Meta did announce a new addition to the leadership team. Someone from the Trump administration yesterday. I forgot the lady's name. YouTube just recommended me this live. Good. So if you're a first-time viewer, YouTube recommended the live to you. Let's reset the room. Good afternoon, good morning, whatever you're joining us from. We're live trading SPY. Okay, this is your go-to option, go-to stream for all things SPY, all things options trading, day trading options. And we're live every single day at 9 a.m. Eastern. 9 a.m. Eastern. We've been doing this for 200 plus streams. So we just didn't start this as a resolution in 2026. All right, we've been continuously streaming. The goal is to have every day live for 2026. We had over 200 plus days in 25. All right, and we're looking to add 252 episodes to our 2026 catalog when it's all said and done. Okay, CMG, potential flag here on CMG. Monitor the spreads. WMT is at 120. Yep, did trade not CPI particularly, but did take two trades during CPI. I know a lot of traders don't trade CPI, don't trade red folder catalyst days, which is good to avoid the volatility. But I often say volatility is a double-edged sword, and if handled the right way, you can utilize it as a weapon. Boeing, STR, Intel, back above 45, see if you can hold 47. Okay. AMD 220. CRWV dipping into that territory. Okay, nothing really standing out. Nothing really standing out. Main thing is strikers. You can see it came right to that key zone. And the thing is, you're getting these random pops. Okay, you're just getting these random pops. Everything is fine until it's not. So it just, and everything goes until it switches. All right, this is the algos are in full charge here. If you are just joining us, we took the puts, two ideas. Puts here. Of course, the market fell apart. Puts here as well. So just two trades. Just two trades on the day. Keeping it clean this week. Not a lot of trades. We'll probably look for a little more trades maybe tomorrow. Again, it's whatever the opportunities are. So I can't really choose. Sometimes it's just, are you in line with those opportunities? And are you there for that opportunity? Sometimes you are, sometimes you're not. But 99.99% of the time we take a trade. I don't think there's been an episode where we didn't take a trade. Maybe one or two. But 99.99% of the time, there is an opportunity that we execute on. Okay, what's the giveaway? Giveaway is a boot camp. Giveaway is a boot camp at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, 50 likes. We'll do the giveaway. Do we have any futures trader? I know there's futures trading is becoming very popular. Prop firm trader in the chat on YouTube. Do we have any prop firm traders joining us? Let's take a seat. Okay, now PML. PML, we're right there at PML. We are right there at PML. So this is the daily candle so far. So 65% of the chat says we are. You took 1 to 5 trades, 65%. That's a healthy amount. 1 to 5. So again, guys, make sure to like the video. If you want to be eligible for the giveaway, like the video. Like the video. You'll be eligible. Subscribe. Join our community. All right, you will have a lot of resources and be part of a thriving community. And give yourself the best chance to capitalize off these opportunities. Okay, retrace, reject. 1 minute waves are waving. We're trading below VWAP. We are trading below VWAP. Strikers, do you guys like the chart here, or do you got it to be one chart? So you see this? You see the chart on the left? For those of you who are still in the chat, can you guys see this? All right, or do you want me to go back to just one? Okay. So this chart you have access to. So if I make any annotations on this chart, your chart will get automatically updated. So it looks like you guys can't see it. Just one. Bada boom, bada bing. There we go. So we'll do this. All right, we'll just go back to that time to time. We'll go back to time to check on the Qs and our neighbors. Came right to POC. Rejection. The number one call volume is at the 690, 693. We have about 69% puts. That's the lean there. The closer we get to that 693, it's like a magnet. It's like a magnet. Waves are waving on the one. Waves are waving to the downside on the one. Waves are waving to the downside on the one. Okay, we're back at that 50% retrace of the day. We're back at that 50% retrace of the day. Back at that 50% retrace. And looks like if we break below that, this is the session lows. So things should start getting interesting in that area. Things should start getting interesting. See if we can hold below it. That retrace reject with the wave was beautiful. If we continue to push below that, see if the waves can catch up on the one. We're looking to put that pressure on that support on the 15. VIX is starting to wake up. 1573. Key level on the VIX is going to be that 16. Can we approach that 16? And once we do get there, if we do get there, can we get above it? If we can, that can lead us all the way possibly back into those lows. Can lead us all the way back into those lows. Can lead us all the way back to those lows. So it should be interesting to see what takes place. Of course, that rejection, that retrace reject, shallow is there. All right, so all the opportunities are tied to the same exact levels. All right, your job just becomes, what are the environmental conditions when we do get that particular area? Are we coming from it from the standpoint of it being previous support or previous resistance? And now our job becomes apply our technical ability and get in the reads in that area. Get in the reads. Okay. If we create a little more separation away from here, come back into it, this can be another. This becomes very shallow because it's near those lows, but it looks like it wants to seek these lows that are put in from this candle here during second shift, if you recall. Not lows of the day particularly. Not lows of the day, but lows of second shift. So shallow, a little healthier there. We have that sell block there. This thing is just taking a nosedive. Nosedive. And you don't take those puts, and you're on babysitting puts. We're closing it on 27.30. Let's see if we can get to that 27.30 as far as subs are concerned on YouTube. Would appreciate it, guys. So these are the lows that we have to work with. All right. So we have these lows, second shift lows, and then we have these lows, first shift lows. Okay. Idea is if you get that bounce, show signs of weakness, get back at those lows or continue to push. That can be one way to approach it. If you're looking to approach it from this point on, you're forced to making that entry on a continuation, right? Continuation setup. All right, high risk. At minimum, let's see if we can at least retest 693.19. At least. At least retest 693.19. At least. At least. So it is paying traders, so traders are getting paid. This thing is starting to really rock and roll. Nice separation away from the waves. So the shallowest retracement is here. Wow, wow, wow. Look at that dump, guys. Look at that dump. So if we go back for a second, okay. So we literally just climbed that wall, came back at that rejection zone, and just completely fell off a cliff. Shallowest point is here. Shallowest point is here. First wave retest. All right, no real key level there outside of that sell block. All right, the one that we do have a key level on is here. PMH along with VWAP. If we do catch up to it, that'll be there as well. Okay. That'll be the shallowest level. $692.19. $692.19. What a day. What a day. What a day. Wow. So now we're starting to get dicey here. Piano keys. Tit for tat. So it can go either way in this territory. We can get a response. A cohort of buyers getting involved there. All right, maybe some sort of dead cat bounce or here. See if they can bounce off the 693 put area. 690 volume puts. Wow. So let's see if we can come trap. Grab that and go. Grab that and go. So far we kind of tapped it. See the Vixen start to fade. What are our neighbors doing? Neighbors selling off. Okay, synchronized selling. Synchronized selling taking place here. Synchronized selling taking place. Just need one little drop into it, and this would be a lotto type of trade. Two areas of confluence, one being the level, two being price action. Back to PML. Back to PML. If it slices right under it, minimal respect, I'll be there for the reclaim. If it continues to go, and it doesn't use that level as a trap, we have another one here. Another one here, I should say. That encompasses both of them, actually. That encompasses second shift lows along with first shift lows. So this would be a lot of trades of the day. Looking at the 692s. All right, sizing down significantly, going down to Lotto. How many likes do we got, guys? How many likes do we got? Let's check the likes. 50 likes will do the giveaway. 50 likes will do the giveaway. I just noticed the thumbnail from yesterday says 2025, so looks like my brain is still in 25. I got to go fix that. Let's get 40 likes at least, guys. We're at 38 likes, 40 likes. If you're enjoying the content, smash the like button. Make sure to subscribe. If you're a first-time viewer, welcome to the stream. Long-time viewers, if you've been watching for 3 or more episodes, take the next steps. Join our community. Unlock all the useful resources, right, to give you the edge in the markets you need. We're education-focused, process over profits oriented type of community, and we have a dedicated community of traders that will trade alongside you daily. All right, we got the best traders in the industry. See if we can come into that. If we can't, I might have tapped it. So if we can go into the waves and collide and drop, go hammer, I'll be there. 5-minute hammer didn't really form a 5-minute hammer yet. So you can clearly see there's a selling pressure. The waves are waving. So if you're counter trend trading, you're gonna have to take a setup lows into the waves. Right, low from the lows into the waves in hopes that we reclaim some of the waves. If you're trend trading, you're gonna have to welcome the bounce into the waves, get confirmation that there's sustained weakness, and then short the pop. Okay, so it just came in a couple of pennies shy. Right, we came right to it right there. I would prefer a sweep. But if there's no sweep and it goes, that's fine as well. But you get the idea. You got to participate at the extreme points. Participate at the extremes to give yourself the best opportunity. Oh, there it goes. Wow. There it goes. And you don't take that? That lotto is probably printing. This has room to that PML. If we can cross that 693.19, that'd be great. That's that first area of contention. All right, that's when bears can look to load back up. So if you did take that, you're in position. You're in position, you just needed to clear that 693.19. Of course, it's always best practice to scale out a little bit so you can sit through the rest of the back and forth with a level of comfort. Okay, now based off that rejection, I even like it more. Because now I wanted to grab it. So fuel off of that. So nice bounce. And then it goes into there. Can't get above there. We can see that's another put opportunity back to downside. So now off that opportunity, that went about 77 cents. That's more than $1. It's close to 35 to 45 cents. Okay, out of 50 delta. So $35 to $65 per contract, depending on your delta. Didn't go full dollar. So now let's even come grab. Let's even come grab it now. And go hammer on the 5 at least. So you at least know if you're going long here, this is your first area of contention. You take out a majority before you get that point. Maybe you have runners on. If you have those runners on, you want to be on the lookout for a complete pushback lower. And you just manage those runners. If it's at break even stop loss, if it's at 5%, 10%, that's up to you. not quite enough to push. VIX still has a little bit of strength, so we can't see that push lower. VIX is all the way at 16. Right, so if the VIX can hold 16, pop above 16, SPY drops into that pocket, that yellow box, and collapses below 16. That's 3 areas of confluence. Okay, somewhat of a flag form on that base. Okay, see where that continue to push. So keeping a close eye on that 16, keeping a close eye on those lows. If we can sweep it, that would be great. That would be great. That's a pop you can short if you're a bear. Ideally, what I'm looking for is a drop here, drop into this little pocket. It looks like the VIX is having a hard time above 16, so we can start to push towards that 16, 693.19 now in SPY. Second attempt at those highs. Okay, 5 minutes about to go buy block. 5 minutes about to go engulfing. If it can continue to push for a minute more. See if 5 minutes can go engulfing. Take out those highs. Take out those highs. Okay, 5 minute went engulfing. 5 minute went engulfing. Okay, see if you can hold above those highs with that 5 minute engulfer. You take this off, that's an old. We need a decisive push above it. We need that double top invalidation. And we want that 5 minute to hold. So we got a 5 minute. So based on this initial bounce off of it, it didn't come deep into the pocket, right? It just bounced right off of it. We got a nice little push. So is that push enough to send us back to VWAP? I want to hold about 593.19 to hold is what I'm looking for. 593.19 hold, it would be great. Okay, so now the continuation is on. Hold. If I'm saying 5, I meant to say 6, guys. I meant to say 693. If I said 5, I meant to say 693. Of course, SPY's at 693, not 5. I'll hold 693. They should run to 695. I can see that. That 50% retrace, another wall here. needs to break above that, and then that can open the door for a push into PML. Push into PML, that can open the door. That 5 minute is still trending to the downside. 5 minutes still trending to the downside. Keep that in mind. So this is starting to show signs of reversal. Starting to show signs of reversal. Take this off. Okay, just a couple of... Alright, not even. Less than a penny away. So that's already up $1 and some change. That's up $1 and some change. We're testing the 5 minute wave. See, that can lead to a nice little test. So we got that low. We got that higher low. We got that high. We got that higher high. We're having a hard time at the waves there. 5 minute wave, 9 EMA rejection. That 5 is still intact. That 5 is still intact. The 5 is still intact. See if you can reclaim it. Hold above that 593.10. Like how the VIX is going south. If it reclaims 6, sorry, not 5. I keep saying 5 for some reason. If it reclaims 693.36, if it reclaims 693.36 with strength, might take this back the upside. But it needs to reclaim it with strength. All right, this is always wait. If it breaks all the way down, I'm always going to be here for this. All right, just a couple of. There is a way I could have caught this here, but I was looking for that grab. If you're looking for that initial bounce, that's there. Again, keep in mind these are lottos. Okay. Significantly less size. 693.36 would be critical. I kept saying 5 for some reason. I meant to say 6. So SPY is nowhere near the 5s. Okay. That's obvious, of course. Finally got some conviction to place a trade. Up 80. Beautiful job on that bounce. Great job. Took lotto. To the downside. Good, good, good. Finally. Close -8 from 10. Okay, accidentally bought it till Friday, but I heard it was gonna drop Thursday. Don't want to risk Trump's speech. Absolutely, that's looming right now. Trump's speech is looming. Good, good, good. If you took advantage of that bounce, great job, guys. I know it took some time. And this is the hardest time to trade. So this is the hardest time to trade. Midday trading is slow markets, okay? Slow markets. Very little volume, so you have to really know what you're doing at this particular time. So you have to really know what you're doing at this particular time. Looks like it's starting to fade, right? It hasn't proven otherwise. No close back above 693.36. That's an extension into 694 PML. Yeah, it looks like this thing wants to slide. Only issue is this buy block, but if we just say, let's disregard that there and just play that slide, risk being the top of that candle. this thing can really start to go. In this case, the target would be this support or this here. So two options: do I short this or do I welcome this into this territory and take it back up? Right. So which one has the most reward attached to it for its risk? Do we short it here or welcome the short into here for potential push back into this territory and an acceleration into PML, and of course go back to that VWAP. Okay. Either way, he can be compensated. Wow, nice drop. Nice drop, to say the least. So I couldn't catch follow through behind it. We'll keep the stream going until 2 o'clock. Let's get the likes up, guys. We'll have the coverage of Trump's speech. If it goes all the way past 3 o'clock, then we'll end it at 3 o'clock. All right? So if it starts too late, we might not have the coverage. So let's see if they can start it on time. We'll give it about a 10-minute buffer. So in the meantime, if you haven't do the giveaway, okay, let's get to 60 likes. We can do it. 60 likes before Trump's press conference. We will do the giveaway. We're at 40 right now. We are at 40 right now. So this initially took off. I was looking for the grab. Now let's see if I get that grab going into fourth shift. All right, so you just have to be a patient market participant. So let the bears get fed, let the bulls get fed, and don't be greedy and become a pig. We know what happens to the pigs. The pigs get slaughtered. All right, bulls get fed, bears get fed, pigs get slaughtered. Okay. Okay, we're seeing a couple of volume imbalances on the one. Not the cleanest action. Okay. I'm looking for that breakdown, come into that yellow pocket, push back the upside. That's what I'm looking for. If you're bearish and you want to see a second leg of this move lower, you're closely paying attention to this support. closely, paying attention to that support. What are we thinking? What are we thinking, chat? A breakdown, a complete breakdown. Get back all the way to 691.65. Or that support holds. Okay, let's see if we get that nice little drop. Do we hold it? Do we not? We shall see. And we are now 33 minutes away. 33 minutes away from the president's press conference. Okay, very, very choppy in this area. So let me pull up the stream real quick. Okay, let's get caught up on the YouTube chat. So put side 693 still the floor. So 693 got a hold. I think we close at 695 to 690. Very possible. That would require us to get a nice little bounce, get back above PML, work our way back the upside. Okay, there we go.
So that makes them able to do very nicely against China. Right?
Thumbs up if you can hear.
Good, right? Who would have thought that was going to happen, right?
President's visiting the factory.
Everybody said that the cars are dead in the United States. If you go back 4 years ago into the middle of the Biden administration, everybody was closing up their plants. Now we have more plants being built in our country than at any time in history. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And it's the election November 5th, and it's other things, but it's also, I think, maybe the biggest part, the election, because I'm the tariff person. And everybody now admits that I was right on tariffs. And I hope that we win the Supreme Court case.
What about the raw materials coming in from countries like Canada? How do these companies deal with the fact that those...
Well, we get it, but we have a lot of our own raw materials. And, you know, the word raw and rare are a little bit of a misnomer. They're not very rare. You have a lot of places that want to sell us material, and we get it from a lot of different countries. And we have a lot of rare earth and raw materials. Well, that's why Tom's not going to be a senator any longer.
Can you guys hear the audio on Discord?
But I like Tom Tillis. He's a nice guy. But look, he's not going to be a senator any longer because of views like that. We have a bad Fed chairman. He's bad in a lot of different ways.
Fed chairman,
he's bad because
comment.
his interest rates were too high. And today
Okay,
we had a great
good.
inflation report. And today we had a really great growth report. So we have great growth and low inflation. And we're doing very well. I don't know. With this
Okay,
guy, you
perfect.
don't know. He's,
Anything can happen at this time, guys.
but what he also did, he's renovating a small building. It's the most expensive construction job in history, and it's only a renovation. I could have done that job for $25 million. They're spending billions and billions of dollars. He either doesn't know what he's doing, or it's worse than that. And you know what I mean by what. So hopefully he'll be out of there soon. No.
When do you expect to do that now?
I don't know, sometime in the next few weeks.
Of the big three, Ford makes most of its products right here. 80%. 80%.
That's a big advantage for Ford.
Is that the reason that you came here?
No, I came here because we're friends, three of us, because I have helped the company a lot. I mean, as an example, trucks. I put a 25% tariff on trucks coming into the United States, and their truck business went through the roof.
You said to Iran this morning that help is on the way for protesters. What did you mean by that? What kind of help?
You're going to have to figure that one out. I'm sorry.
How many people have been killed in Iran?
Nobody's been able to give me an accurate number. I have heard numbers from everything's a lot. One is a lot. But I've heard numbers much lower, and I've heard numbers much higher. We'll be knowing. We're probably going to find out over the next 24 hours. I think it's a lot. It's too many, whatever.
Oil average around $53 a barrel. Is that the target for you for this term?
I'd love to see that, yeah. I mean, we're at 68, we're at 58 now. I'd like to see 53. Thank you very much. I would say they could, not a bad idea. I think they should get out.
Mr. President, this is the basketball game.
How you doing, Mr. Trump? Because to get to the components in one thing, you have to be tall to go reach in the back of the vehicle, and to go reach down.
And building artificial doesn't help you.
No.
You flood it.
So you want it? Yeah, absolutely.
So he couldn't do it.
I can't do it.
We could find something to help him out.
We'll
But
help him out.
yeah, we got something down there for him. How you doing?
Good,
Nice
good
to
to
meet
see
you.
you. Yeah, you too. Thank you.
You got any questions about this area, sir? I'd be happy to answer it.
Okay, starting to push.
What a great thing. It's really an amazing.
So I don't know if you know this. This is kind of cool. Time Magazine, I don't know if you saw this. They, for our 250th as a nation, interviewed 10,000 people and said, what is the most iconic American company? You know, McDonald's, Disney, number one, Ford. Number one, just came out. We were named by, not the editors of Time, but the 10,000.
He's got a lot of love for this whole thing. I see.
We all do.
And he really does. He calls me all
Can
the
we
time.
hold above that level?
Piece of garbage.
No, he's been great.
So that nice bounce off that support held.
I don't know that much of it.
So you know a lot.
They would tell me about something. I say, that's no good. That's no good.
Yeah.
Well, we brought trucks back now. Do you do trucks in this factory?
Well, we do the F-150 here, and then
But those are the
head
mid-size
the
and
bigger
big
ones.
When you do the
Oh,
big
let's take a look at
Well,
Ford.
one in Louisville
Are they very
Okay,
big
let's take a look at Ford. Ticker symbol F.
Yeah, they're not.
See if there's a sentiment bounce or
With
not doing much. Ford has been stuck in the teens for years.
We have a special something for you.
That we've been working on. You're going to love it.
Is it here?
Yeah.
I want to see it.
Yeah,
It's
all right.
We've been working on.
Thank you.
I love
Thank
it.
you
I
so
came
much.
out of
It's a pleasure.
It's a rich
Thank you
member.
again, sir.
Yeah.
And I saw the 150. I saw the 250. 250 is good.
Yeah.
But the 150 still does better.
Yeah, because it's more affordable. You can drive it easier. It does most
But
of
the
what.
450 is unbelievable.
Well, that's a work truck.
We're actually quoting for the Defense Department to bring down the cost of the troop carrier from the primes,
Let me know, and
like
I'll-
250,000
I'll help you with
with
I
the
think
super.
you've got an interview.
Let's go do it.
I think he's going to the conference, or he's just walking around the factory to go to the conference area. We'll see. Anyone have any experience in working in the plant? Similar to this, manufacturing side? There goes SPY. Automotive manufacturing. Okay, it looks like the coverage is done. All right, let me move over to the AP. That coverage was provided by. Coverage is provided by. It looks like Fox. Okay, let's see. All right, there we worked our way to the out of there. So the AP doesn't have the stream yet. That's at 2 p.m., but I will have that stream available. That's in 23 minutes. That's available in 23 minutes. Okay, yes, I can hear you, this man. Okay. Are you guys aware how much money consumers would save if Trump allowed Chinese EVs into the country? In Australia, BYD is the biggest selling vehicle at present, and they are out of this world. Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of good things about BYD. What is the most common model out in Australia, Jimmy, of the BYD? What's the most common model you see out in Australia, the BYD? Or anyone else joining us anywhere else in the world? Now we're just starting to move to the upside using this little path. So ideally we want to go long off that support. This path to the upside. Working our way back to PML, working our way back to VWAP. So now PML and VWAP await us here. So this is not PML, this is not the 694. This is also VWAP. Okay, so keep that in mind. Those two things will likely intersect the closer we get to that territory. So that'll be the next opportunity zone. That will be the next opportunity zone. See if that can lead us to 693.10, 693.19. Okay, back that daily 50% retrace. So let's go back for a second and see where we were on the 15. Now, remember we discussed how we're getting tight on the 15. It's getting tighter, so we're currently sitting right here. All right, so if we can't catch a nice bounce off here, the support can't hold any longer. And we have the president speaking any minute now in 19 minutes. All right, we might hang out here maybe for 19, 20 minutes until he starts speaking and then go. But if this starts to break, 5 minutes will still trend to the downside. If we can't start to use that support and work our way to PML, all right, that breakdown is on watch there. So you can see rejection. 1, 2, 3. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one is currently being put under pressure. Up for grabs. So 3 touches to the upside, 6 touches out that downside. Okay. Once again, that 5 is starting to crumble. Okay, put some pressure on that support. Put some pressure on that support. Currently, ES is sitting right at that 69.95. SPX 69.57. So that 69.60 would be critical on SPX. We're sitting just right under that. Okay. This is stacking like a house of cards. See if we use this all the way back to VWAP. So if you're a VWAP trader, if you like to use that VWAP, we're trying to work our way back to VWAP. We're trying to work our way back to VWAP. VIX is sitting right under that 16. What's going to really take us over the top to the downside is blast past 16 to the upside. If we hold where we are, start to collapse back to downside, that can open up the door for us to push and use that area on SPY as support and accelerate back towards VWAP. If we just kind of are at a standstill between that 16 and that 1580, more than likely we'll be at a standstill as well on SPY. Continues to bounce off support. Continues to bounce off support. Do we break down, put in the chat, break down or continue to use that support? Break down or bounce? Break down or bounce? Critical juncture here. Break down or bounce? We are clearly coming on a downtrend. Second leg potentially brewing. Break down or bounce, put in the chat. Okay. POC's right here as well. 693.31 is POC. The number one put volume leader is a 693s. That has the most amount of puts. We're just right under at 690, slightly above 693. Under VWAP, under POC, and a slightly above 693. See if those go in the money on that breakdown. Okay, VIX is 1590, 1598. See, one more push up, a little bounce, and I'll take the puts. One little push up. Take the puts. We'll use POC as that risk. If you took that breakdown below this 5-minute candle, 693.06. That's great. Starting to go here. If you got that best entry off 692.36, that's also good. Wow, there we go. Look at the VIX. Above 16. Just like we talked about. Now it's coming into this pocket. It's coming into this pocket. It's coming into this pocket. It's that 5 minute, 15 minutes of selling here. Once this 5 minute concludes, this 5 minute is still young. This 5 minutes is only, it's only a 1 minute into its life. We're putting pressure on the 15. Latest entry on the 5 for that retest, 692.94. Let's go back to 1. We flipped the waves back to downside on the 1. That would be the latest. A little far away from that entry. Okay, that key level. All right, but that would be the latest. So you have an idea of how things just accumulate. Identify the channel, and finally, House of Cards comes tumbling down. House of Cards comes tumbling down. You don't catch that, and I think most of you are done for the day. Sorry, okay, CPI report. Any news? JP Morgan CEO says cap on interest rates on credit cards will be very bad for consumers. You mean it'll be very bad for the banks? All right, so the pursuit is from said area on the breakdown into this area, go long, or just go short leading up to it. And you got to be quick. You got to be quick. Yeah, I don't agree with that either, Jimmy, right? I mean, bad for consumers. I mean, credit card companies, guys, 29%. Some of these credit cards are 29, 30%. Right? So they're that's the ultimate return. That's the ultimate return. Credit card interest rates beat the market. The market can't keep up with credit card interest rates. That's the bank's secret weapon. Credit cards. All right, that definitely will beat the market every year. Like, think about what's the average interest rate, right? If you combine all the credit cards across the board, what's the average interest rate? We know it can get as high as 30%. For the consumer credit cards. All right, yeah, so at least 20%. 20%, there you go. So that's a tremendous vehicle for the banks. 20% return. 20-30% return. And that's not even year over year. That's over the period of the balance. Right? So whatever you pay. Whatever you decide to purchase. So right, so you have to strategically know how to use these tools because they're a product the banks have. It's a product the bank has. Just like a mortgage. A mortgage is one of the products a bank has. Credit card is a product. If a bank is a business, these things they have to accumulate interest by loaning out money or giving lines of credit, these are products that they have. All right? They let you borrow a set amount of capital to buy a piece of land or to buy a home. The agreement is 30 years, 15 years. I know in some countries it's variable. It depends, but you pay that over 30 years, 15 years, whatever your structure is. Right? Depending on the interest rate, you're at least paying 2.5 to 3 times. The original purchase price. So now the game you're playing is the equity increase on the property beats the interest. That's what that's the race. The race against the interest rate, right? It's the equity and the overall property value beats the interest. And unlike a credit card, you can live in the product, which is the benefit. Of course, it's a home. Right? You can't live in a credit card, right? But you can live in one of the bank's products with a mortgage. You can live inside of it. So, yeah, all those things are different products the business of the bank has. And each of them, they're going to double, triple their money over time. Just imagine on the bank side, all right? Say they're willing to play the game for 30 years. All right, I think there's talks of increasing the mortgage dates to 50 years. I think that was rumored top of the year by the administration. Right, so they're willing to say we'll take 3 to, of course, now it's like 6%, whatever the rate is, close to 6%, 7% now. So for today, they're saying we will take 6% over 30 years. 6% over 30 years. Okay, that's huge. Now translate that to trading. Would you take a 6% profit in 30 minutes? Right, but us traders, we want 80%. We want 90%. The banks, they play the long game. They're always good. That's how they win. Right? All those things are their products. So yeah, that's obviously not going to be a bad thing for the consumer. So JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon. Yeah, that's one downside as well. That's true. Subprime borrowers, right? They don't have access to credit. Okay, it looks like the president is speaking here. Let me refresh. Come on, AP.
ID. Who's against voter ID? How can you even campaign?
Okay,
We are
there we go.
against voter ID. How do you not get
He's
voter
actually
ID?
early. Eliani's early.
Matt, right? When you're against voter ID, you want to cheat. That's all. There's only one reason you want to cheat, and they do cheat. You're terrible. Michigan Senate Republican leader Eric Nesbitt. Thank you, Eric. Thank you. Look good, Eric. State Senator Jim Runstad. Jim, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jim. Former Congressman Mike Rogers, who's running for the Senate, and he'll be a great senator. And he's going to be a great senator. He was a great congressman, and then he left. He went on to very big things. He did well, no matter where he was. And I think they took that away from you last time. I'll be honest with you, Mike. I really do. I don't like to get things going. I don't like to be controversial at all. But they rigged the election on you. Mine was too big to rig. You won. I'm telling you, you won. But you're going to do great this time. He's a great guy, actually. He's going to be an amazing senator. Thank you. Thank you for being here, Tim. Special envoy to Iraq, Mark Savaya. Mark. Hi, Mark. Thank you. Great job you've done. This guy, he negotiates better than anybody around. Thank you. You need it. With Iraq, you need it. You need to be a good negotiator, Mark. I also want to thank Michigan's great congressional delegation. They're amazing. That's been back in Washington due to a very important vote that's coming up. They had a choice. Sir, we want to be with you, but if we're not with you, we're going to lose. But we'll still be with you. I said, no, I'd rather have you win. Don't worry about it. So we're going to win the vote. Representatives Lisa McClain, Jack Bergman, John Molinar, Bill Heisinger, Tim Walberg, John James, and Tom Barrett. They're great people, every one of them. And as many of you remember, I came here at the height of the 2024 campaign to lay out my plan to bring jobs and factories and wealth racing back to the United States and coming back to the great state of Michigan. And just a few weeks later, the people of this state and the voters all across the country endorsed that vision in a landslide victory. We won everything. We won all 7 swing states. We won the Electoral College 312 to 226. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of... Oh, it's so nice to win the popular vote. I won the popular vote all 3 times, too, but we're not going to get into that. But the first time they said I didn't win the popular vote, but I won the Electoral College. So they always said, while he didn't win, this is the way I got introduced every time. While he didn't win the popular vote, he won the Electoral College, you know. So this is the way I was introduced for 4 years. And guess what? We said, I'm going back, and we're going to win and we won the popular vote by a lot. By a lot. So they can't say that crap anymore. And the thing that was most impressive, we won 86% of all counties in America, 2,700 to 525. Think of that, 2,700 to 525. And that's why when you look at the maps on Republican, Democrat, with red being Republican, as most of you know by now, I think. Every once in a while you see one where they have it reversed. I said, why we do that? Well, we think it looks better. I said, look, red is Republican. Let's not try and change the voters' minds on things. Just do it that way. And the map was virtually all right. That was about the counties. That was the 2,700 to 550, I think is the exact number. Most importantly, we won a historic mandate to make America great again. And that's what we're doing. We're making America great again like never before. And now, after less than 12 months in office, this is the easiest speech to make. I have great people, and all I'm doing is spewing off what the hell we've done. Even Venezuela wasn't too bad, was it, huh? But you have people, Democrats, they say, I don't know if we should have done Venezuela, I don't know. Anybody that says that hates our country, okay? That was as flawless an attack as there has ever been. And they asked us to help them. They have 50 million barrels of oil. They said, take it. It's $5 billion. And we did. We're working with the Venezuelan people and representatives, and it's amazing. But that was an amazing situation. But we did. Al-Baghdadi.
Okay, see if you get the nice initial grab of those lows. High risk endeavor here.
Well, we wiped out their nuclear capacity.
Lottos.
Been very bad. You wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. Flawless. We did them all flawless. I want to keep it going that way, too. I like flawless. Think about Jimmy Carter, the great Jimmy Carter. The helicopters crashing, the hostages all over the place. Remember that one? Think about Sleepy Joe Biden with Afghanistan. What a disaster. The most embarrassing day in the history of our country.
Meant to get the calls. Got the puts by accident. 1 second.
Real dope. Now, after less
Okay,
than 12
we'll be in
months
the calls
in office,
here.
I'm back in Michigan
Lottos.
to report to you on the strongest and fastest economic turnaround in our country's history. It's really been historic. There's never been, we're not 12 months, we're through 11 months. We've got $18 trillion being invested in our country. The most of any country ever was 3. We're at 18. There's never been anything like this. You are so lucky I allow you into this room to even be with me. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. The fake news will say Donald Trump thinks he's hot stuff. Right now I'm feeling pretty good, though, I will say. Oh, you're so lucky to be here. Under our administration, growth is exploding, productivity is soaring, investment is booming, incomes are rising, inflation is defeated, America is respected again like never before, and other than that, we're not doing that well. Now think of all those things I just said. Every single, inflation down, growth at an all-time high, stock market every day, 48 days in a row, 48 days during the course of 11 months, we hit a new high on the stock market, all of them. 1 year ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. That was said to me by many leaders. By almost every
We
metric,
need the
we have
VIX to
quickly
start to
gone from
weaken.
the worst
We need the
numbers
VIX to
on
start to
record
weaken.
the best and strongest numbers, the most dynamic
Stop about
numbers,
15-20%.
and an economy that is far
Trying to take this back to a 50%
ahead
retrace.
of even my optimistic. I had a very optimistic schedule, I thought. I didn't think it was, but people said was very optimistic. Turns out to be very pessimistic by compared to what we've done. But we'll go down as the greatest in history, greatest first year in history nobody's ever had, just based on the numbers. Based only on the numbers, not based on me, based only on the numbers, because, you know, you get these guys like the governor of California likes to say how well he's doing. California's doing horrendously, but he says that, well, we base it on numbers. There's never been numbers like this. Through 4 long years before I took office, crooked Joe Biden and his allies in Congress inflicted the economic nightmare known as stagflation. How many times have you heard the word? We hit it with Joe. We hit everything. What a disaster. Meaning low growth and high inflation. How does that work? Not good. So you have lousy growth and high inflation. In fact, it's the lowest growth ever and the worst inflation in the history of our country. That is really tantamount to not having a good 4 years, right? In other words, Sleepy Joe and the people that ran the auto pen were a complete and total disaster for our nation. They were a disaster for our nation. Had they won the election less than 1 year ago, we would have been, as I've often said, Venezuela on steroids. Now I'm Venezuela's biggest fan. We're working with them, but they came
want that level to be respected, no close.
Disaster, you know, disaster.
Below those lows.
Venezuela.
And we need the VIX to start cooling off.
Bringing Venezuela back, and
we need the VIX to start cooling off.
Great for Venezuela, great for our country. We're taking in, as I said, millions and millions of barrels of oil, and now they're coming in initially on a daily basis, 50 million, and values of over $5 billion. That's in one day. Just think of it, the biggest ships in the world can take 1 million barrels. The biggest ships in the world take 1 million. We have 50 million barrels. We need 50 of the biggest ships in the world just to get it out. We're bringing it in to be refined.
Up 6.
It's an incredible feeling. It's great. Winning is a good thing. We're going to work
need
with
that continued
Venezuela
push.
to make that country very
Risk will be
strong
closed
again.
back below these lows.
Oil prices down even further. We have it down at about a 6-year low, 7-year low, but we're going to get it down further. Joe Biden gave us a colossal stagflation catastrophe, but my administration's
I'm dumping here.
and very decisively ended that. We have quickly achieved the exact opposite of stagflation. Almost no inflation and super high
See if
growth.
that 1 minute
We have
candle
the
can
highest
hold
growth
as a
we've
hammer.
ever had. Think of that. The highest growth we've ever had, and we've only been there 11 months. Think of what we can do for the rest of it. But do we have wood around here? I want to knock on a little wood. They have one little, everything's plastic nowadays. It's very tough. Now we have the greatest growth, and we have, you know, inflation way, way down. But we inherited terrible growth, and we inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. The fake news would say 49 years. So when I say the history, they give me a lot of time, but I believe it's the history. But let's say 49 years. Would you say 49 years is okay?
See if we can recover in the next 20 seconds.
What do you think,
We
Mr.
just need the VIX to
Senator,
start
Mr.
to
Future Senator? I'd say
push the
49.
downside.
What sounds worse, 49 years or history? I think 49 years almost sounds worse. Maybe I'll just use it and I won't argue with these people. As of this morning, core
we close
inflation
below
for
here,
the
I'll
past
close it
3
out.
months has been just 1.6%.
Close.
The numbers were just announced just before I came on stage. And GDP is smashing expectations with the fastest growth for this country in many years. The fourth quarter is projected at 5.4%.
Down 10.
And that's despite the Democrat shutdown where we lost at least 1.5 points. You know, the Democrat shutdown, we would have had close to 7. Think of that. Close to 7. They were projecting too. The fakers were projecting too. And if we keep deregulating and adding more capacity, like I saw today at Ford, and if we don't
If we close below
interest rates
690 to
every time
28,
good news is
we'll be
mentioned.
out.
You know, in the old days, I'm probably old. I used to be up at these lecterns, and I'd say I'm younger than pretty much
Okay,
everybody.
we'll close
in the
out
room. Now
there.
I say I'm older than pretty much everybody. I like it the other way better, actually. But you're too young. But in the old days, when you had good numbers, interest rates would go down. When you had good numbers, the market would go through
Okay,
the roof.
minus
That's the way we're
14.
gonna make it again. That's the old-fashioned way. That's the
Stopped
right
out minus 14.
Today, if you announce great numbers, they raise interest rates to try and kill it. So you can never really have the kind of rally you should have. What?
So try to take that bounce there. Couldn't get that continued push. Couldn't get that grab. Stopped out there minus 14. With the lottos, we can still make a push back the upside. Right, but it might take some time to unfold. So stop out there, minus 14.
So everyone says, oh, they announced great numbers. It's great, great, great. And the market goes down because they immediately raise rates. No. When the market goes up, they should lower rates. You want to see 20% and 25%? You want to see what we can do? We've got to go back to an old standard. When there's good news, the market should go up, not go down. Does that make sense to everybody? And that's the way it used to be for most of the time. That's the way you make a country great. But our growth potential is unlimited and could be much higher if we went back to sanity. We're not doing it anymore. We're talking about the head of a Fed, of the Fed.
If you can go hammer, it can start to fuel back up. Let's see if we get a 5-minute hammer.
Do it differently. Our country becomes stronger, and therefore interest rates should go down, not up. They kill every rally. If it's, no matter who, it's beyond me as
100%.
president, no matter who's president. You have a good quarter.
We're going to run the stream until 2:30. Once 2:30 rolls around, we'll wrap it up, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, take the next step. Join our community. Take advantage of the trial. Use the code TRIAL30. Use the code TRIAL30 to take advantage of the real-time, ad-free, delay-free stream, along with our pre-market stream at 9 a.m. All right, 2:30, we'll have a hard stop. So far, took 3 trades today. Both trades worked in our favor. Took these lottos right here. Stopped out at 14-15%. Can he continue to push after grabbing it? Sure. If you want to use confirmation, use the 5. See if you get at least a hammer on the 5. Out of there. But as far as my end is concerned, it gets stopped out here for 14. Gave it a shot there. Did see some green. Upwards of 7 to 9%. But again, I was looking for a push a little further, a little further up. Any questions? Let me know. So on that note, I will be done for the day. Okay? I will be done for the day on that note. Okay, starting to bounce now. See, the 5 is looking a little better. Looking a little healthier. So it could have been a little more patient there. VIX is still showing some signs of life, some signs of strength. All right, so instead of making the entry there, just waiting a little bit. Of course, I'm saying that in hindsight would do. At least waiting for 5 minutes of buying to take place. But if the VIX can start cooling off, that would be the final confirmation. VIX cooling off, hammer on the 5. Okay. As of now, VIX is showing tons of strength. I will go back to the president, and then we'll wrap up at 2:30. Any questions, let me know. If not, we'll continue to listen.
And I'll tell you what, had she won, it would be a disaster because you would have people leave. You would have not had 1 trillion. You would have had 5 trillion, 10 trillion leaving the country, and your welfare would have doubled. When you look at what's going on in Minnesota, is that a disgrace? Is that a disgrace? But we'll talk about that. Under Biden, we had the highest trade deficit ever recorded, losing more than $1 trillion every single year. How about that? It was killing Michigan, and everywhere else in our country was being absolutely destroyed. But in a matter of months, largely because of tariff income and the election result, we've slashed that gaping trade deficit by, in a short period of time, 62, just came out, 62%. People are stunned. The fake news back there, look at those cameras rocking and rolling. No, the fake news back there is, they're very upset about it, actually. But they're stunned. They can't believe it. We cut our trade deficit in actually 10 months was when the number came out. We cut it by 62%. It's going to go better than that now. The stock market is now the highest in history since the election. We've set all of those records, and I think an all-time record that's so important to me because so many people have them is boosting 401ks and retirement accounts for millions and millions of Americans, people that are in the police departments, the fire departments, people that are construction workers. A policeman came up to me recently, a nice guy guarding me. He's a perfect guy to guard me. He's a massive guy, big, strong guy.
There we go.
You made me look so good in front of me.
Just had to be a little patient. I was a little impatient there, but you can see lotto calls. They're starting to print there. Anything can happen. There's lotto erratic, but you see the algos are coming into this territory and buying it back up. Anyone else take the lotto calls there? Now the entries near those lows. So you have a front seat to see if there's a potential push into that 50% retrace. Take profits on the way, at least at double digits. Take profits on the way, at least at double digits.
It's no good. The tariff system is unfair to us. And so some genius, I know who, I don't want to get into it, but some genius said, oh, let's go to an income tax system. So instead of foreign companies and countries paying everything, the people started paying. And then after that, you had a depression, but that was a long time. That was in like 1913, you had the tariff switched into income tax. And then in and they like to blame tariffs. You ever notice they blame tariffs? No, they brought tariffs back in 1932. They brought them back to try and save the sucker. But it was in 1929, because a lot of people, you know, the anti-tariff people. Now, an anti-tariff person is a pro-Chinese person, like Coke. This guy's fought me in every election I've ever been in, and I've kicked his ass. He inherited a lot of money, and I don't know the gentleman. But he fights me, and then he goes out and says, I made more money with Trump than I ever made in my life. And then he supports these other people that were total losers. Gives them a lot of money. But he made more money. Everybody makes money with me. I always make money for people. Now, it's tariffs that are making money for Michigan. And the entire country is stronger and safer and richer than ever before outside of that period of time. No, if they had what was called the Great Tariff Act of 1887 or something like that, and it was a great group of people like yourselves. They picked really smart people to sit on a committee. They had so much money they didn't know what to do with it, and they wanted to have the money given away. You know, we built the Panama Canal out of tariffs. We did a lot of things. Panama Canal was the single biggest investment, relatively speaking, that this country's ever made. Would be the equivalent of trillions of dollars today. And Jimmy Carter gave it away for $1. It was also the most profitable thing ever built. In other words, like buildings or casinos or anything, the most profitable thing ever built was the Panama Canal. And brilliantly, Jimmy Carter thought the country of Panama should have it, even though we lost 36,000 people to the mosquito. You know that, right? To the mosquito and a certain snake, which was not a very nice reptile. This was a brutal reptile. If you got bit, it was over. It was just saying bye-bye, everybody. We lost 36,000 people. Malaria, the mosquito, and the snake. And he gave it away for $1. Well, at least we got $1. That's better than most of those guys did. $1 for
Okay, so far we did grab those lows. Right into that lotto territory. I'm no longer in the position to get stopped out at 14. And now let's see if it continues to push back the upside. Again, with lottos, the nature of lottos, you're using significant less size. Right, but the action, a lot of back and forth, to say the least. If you're green, great job. If you did take that, got stopped out, don't look to chase unless that's part of your plan, meaning you're going to get it higher. But right now, we're just hanging out near the lows of the day. So SPY is hanging out near the lows of the day. That's what we know so far. So as far as where we are in relation to the past couple of days, okay, we are basically back at first shift Monday levels. First shift Monday levels. Right, first shift Monday levels, that's kind of where we're back at. So as far as this channel is concerned. We did go bounce off it 6 times. So it looks like we're starting to break away from it, push away from it. If we can continue to break down, that leads us all the way to that monthly upside breaker. All right. Any questions, guys? Any questions? Any comments? If we can retest the December highs, yesterday's highs, 692 must stay above that. I can see that. We're starting to bounce off our zone. Okay. Strikers, any questions? All right. If not, we'll wrap it up here. Again, thank you for tuning in. If you're a first-time viewer, make sure to come back tomorrow. Play-by-play of SPY, commentary, live trading, live market coverage, and of course, live education and community. If you're a long-time viewer, take the next steps, join our community, take advantage of the trial. Use the code TRIAL30. You can do that by going to smartactiontrend.com, and under that, go to the community tab. When you do join the community, you have access to all the resources you need to learn how to trade SPY. Use SPY as your primary ticker. 1 hour, one ticker, 1 hour for one consistent result. All right, that's the whole model of our community. You have access to all these features, all the educational tools, all the community tools, and everything you need to take your trade to the next level. All right, so make sure to take advantage of the trial. If you're looking to level up on the yearly, take advantage of the yearly. So today, 3 trades, 2 worked in our favor, 1 lotto stopped out, and we'll look to wrap it up here. If you did enjoy today's content, smash the like button on your way out. Join the free tier Discord as well while it's still available. All of you should be in the free tier Discord absolutely for free. All right, I'm looking to phase that out. So get in while you can. But again, for those of you who've been watching more than 3 to 5 episodes, take the next steps. Invest in yourself and be part of our community. Before we do end, let's highlight some of our members. So tremendous job, guys. Great job being patient all day. Close to 1% return on the portfolio at 1:14 p.m. Good stop out -8. Okay. Most of our traders work full time. All right. So far, 60% on the team. Yesterday, 100%. So a lot of them are done between 9:30 and 10:30. Some of them are done by 11:30, and they just pay attention to the commentary for the rest of the day. If you have any questions, put in the chat. I'll see you tomorrow, Gary. We'll see you tomorrow, top of the morning at 9 a.m. If not, we're going to wrap it up here. Any questions? Again, guys, thank you for tuning in. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. Hopefully you found value. See you guys tomorrow. Stay safe. Have a blessed rest of your day. And God bless each one of you.
Tired of staring at charts, over-analyzing trades, and still ending the day with inconsistent results? You're not alone. That's exactly why the SPY Strikers Trading Mentorship Discord was created. Here, trade just 1 ticker for 1 hour and make strides towards consistent results. Join the SPY Strikers community and get daily live trading, clear pre-market game plans with key levels and high probability buy and sell zones, over 4 hours of delay-free, ad-free live trading and training, plus high win rate trade alerts, automated technicals that simplify charts, and full access to my strategies and indicators. This isn't a signal service. Be focused on profits, all the guidance, and training to help you succeed. You'll also get a full watch list, 1,500 plus hours of live trading videos, courses, an educational library, ebooks, and dedicated support. Stop guessing. Start trading with confidence. Become a SPY Striker today, and take your trading to the next level.